Welcome to Quiet Chronicles. Settle in gently and let the noise of the day fall back as we turn toward one of the most unsettling revolts in Roman history, the uprising led by Spartacus, the Thracian gladiator whose name would outlive the republic that tried to erase him. This is the story of a world built on conquest, labor, discipline, spectacle, and fear. Rome did not simply own slaves at its edges. Enslaved people worked in its houses, fields, mines, kitchens, workshops, villas, roads, and schools of combat. They cooked Roman meals, copied Roman letters, raised Roman children, carried Roman goods, and, in some cases, were trained to fight for Roman entertainment. From that hidden foundation came a revolt that began with a small escape from a gladiator school in Capua and grew into a war that moved across Italy. Before we begin, a quiet thank you for being here. If you enjoy long-form history told with patience and care, liking the video and subscribing helps Quiet Chronicles continue publishing new history and documentary videos regularly. You are also welcome to share where you are listening from, and if there is a figure, empire, war, or forgotten world you would like covered in the future, leave the suggestion in the comments. For now, the road leads into Republican Italy before the final age of Caesar and Augustus, when Rome was already powerful, already restless, and already dependent on the people it had bound. The revolt of Spartacus begins not with legend, but with the Roman world that made such a revolt possible. Chapter 1: Rome's House of Bondage. Rome in the generation before Spartacus was already an old power, learning how vast its own reach had become. Its armies had crossed seas, broken kingdoms, settled provinces, and brought wealth back into Italy in forms that could be counted, displayed, stored, and spent. Silver arrived, grain arrived, statues arrived, and behind many of these visible trophies came people who had been taken from one world and forced into another. The Republic did not build its strength only with citizen farmers and stern magistrates. Beneath its public language of liberty and law lay a household of bondage so large that it touched nearly every part of Roman life. Slavery in Rome was not a single occupation or a single condition. It stretched from the kitchen to the mine, from the nursery to the vineyard, from the market stall to the private library. An enslaved person might grind grain before dawn, wash garments in cold water, copy letters for a senator, carry water through a courtyard, serve wine at a dinner, keep accounts on wax tablets, or work in a chain gang on a rural estate. Some lived close to owners and knew the rhythms of family life with painful intimacy. Others were moved in groups across lands so wide that a name, a language, or a birthplace could be nearly all that remained of a former life. The Romans did not invent slavery, and they did not think of it as unusual. Greek cities had used enslaved labor, Eastern kingdoms had done the same, and war across the ancient Mediterranean regularly turned defeated people into property. What made Roman slavery so consequential in this period was scale, organization, and the speed with which conquest fed the system. A successful campaign could produce captives in numbers that altered markets. A defeated town could become, within weeks or months, a supply of bodies for estates, households, mines, workshops, brothels, and training schools. The legal language was plain. an enslaved person was property under the authority of a master, although Roman practice, like all human arrangements, contained gradations. Some enslaved people handled money, managed businesses, taught children, or acted as agents for owners who trusted their skill. Others were kept under brutal restraint, especially in agriculture, herding, mining, and punishment labor. The same society that allowed an educated Greek slave to tutor a Roman boy might send another captive to work underground in conditions where old age was rarely reached. Rome could be flexible in the uses it found for human beings, and that flexibility made the institution even more deeply rooted. A Roman household of standing was not simply a family living among servants. It was a small structure of command. The head of the household held authority over dependents, clients, freedmen, children, women under legal guardianship in some arrangements, and enslaved workers. The front door, the atrium, the storerooms, the sleeping spaces, the kitchen, the garden, and the accounts all had human labor attached to them. A visitor might notice the polished floor, the bronze lamp, the painted wall, or the orderly dinner service. Less visible, though never absent, were the people whose tasks made such order appear natural. In a wealthy Roman house, enslaved labor could become highly specialized. There were cooks, cupbearers, hairdressers, litter bearers, secretaries, readers, bath attendants, wardrobe keepers, tutors, and door guards. A child might be followed by a pedagogue, often Greek-speaking, who carried books, supervised lessons, and corrected behavior. A woman of rank might have attendants for clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, and correspondence. A senator might rely on trained slaves to prepare documents, remember names, handle invitations, and keep a complicated social calendar moving with the appearance of ease. The material world of such a house carried signs of this dependence. Wax tablets needed hands to prepare them, erase them, and carry them. Oil lamps needed trimming. Water jars had to be filled. Bread had to be bought or baked, wine mixed, fish sauces stored, garlands prepared for dinners, sandals cleaned, cloaks brushed, and dining couches arranged in the correct order for guests of different rank. Roman elite life was famous for its public discipline, but its private comfort rested on an army of people who did not appear in honorific inscriptions unless something unusual had occurred. Their labor was everywhere, and their names were often treated as household details. Outside the city, the pattern widened and hardened. Italy had once been imagined in Roman memory as a land of small citizen farmers, men who left their fields to serve in the legions and returned to prune vines, tend olives, and raise sons for the Republic. That memory never completely disappeared, but by the late 2nd and early 1st century BCE, large estates had become an increasingly important part of the Italian landscape. Conquest brought wealth to aristocratic families, and wealth bought land. Land required labor, and enslaved labor could be purchased, controlled, punished, and moved with fewer obligations than free tenants or citizen smallholders. On some estates, especially those producing wine, oil, or grain for markets, enslaved people worked in organized groups under overseers. The tools were ordinary enough: pruning hooks, mattocks, baskets, presses, storage jars, ropes, carts, and yokes. The system that held the workers to those tools was not ordinary to those who lived inside it. Agricultural writers of the Roman world could discuss slaves beside oxen, buildings, and equipment, not always because they were unusually cruel by Roman standards, but because the estate itself had taught them to think in inventories. A farm was a machine of production, and human beings were listed among its instruments. The villa, in this sense, was more than a country residence. It was a place where Roman social order became physical. There were fields measured and divided, storage rooms sealed and opened, wine presses worked in season, oil gathered into amphorae, and accounts kept of yield and loss. Enslaved workers could sleep in rough quarters, sometimes confined at night, while trusted managers moved between the house, the fields, and the owner's interests. A master living in Rome might depend on a villicus, an estate overseer, to discipline labor, report production, guard supplies, and make sure that the countryside continued to send money toward the city. A quieter miniature of Roman slavery can be found in the habits of record itself. An owner did not need to write a philosophical defense of bondage to make slavery real. He could make it real with a list: 2 plowmen, 1 vine dresser, 1 mule driver, 1 cook, 3 young field hands, 1 elderly woman no longer able to work at the old pace, a set of iron tools, a press beam, a pair of oxen, a store of grain. In such records, a life could be reduced to age, skill, price, health, and expected usefulness. The coldness was not always shouted. Often it was simply entered into the account. Urban slavery had a different texture, though not necessarily a kinder one. Rome's streets, workshops, warehouses, and river landings depended on carriers, porters, clerks, craftsmen, and cleaners. The city needed bread, water, fuel, building materials, cloth, metalwork, pottery, and constant movement. Enslaved people could be found in bakeries, fullers' shops, taverns, private workshops, public contracts, and transport labor near the Tiber. Some worked beside free poor laborers, and the boundary between them in daily tasks might seem narrow. Legally and socially, however, the difference remained immense. For the enslaved person, the body itself was subject to another's claim. Sale could separate families. Punishment could be ordered without public trial in most circumstances. Movement could be restricted, clothing marked by status, and testimony in court could be entangled with coercive practices. Yet Roman slavery also contained the possibility of manumission, and that possibility gave the institution another layer. Some enslaved people could hope to become freedmen or freed women, especially in urban households or skilled positions. Freedom, when granted, did not erase dependence, but it created a new status with duties toward the former master, now patron. This possibility should not soften the structure too much. Manumission could exist precisely because slavery was secure enough to allow exceptions. A loyal secretary might be freed. A household manager might receive liberty after years of service. An owner might free slaves in a will as a display of generosity, calculation, or both. But the mines still consumed bodies, the fields still demanded labor, and the market still assigned prices. Rome could free some individuals while preserving the system that made millions vulnerable to sale, command and displacement. The mines and quarries stood at the harsher edge of this world. There, the value of labor could be measured against exhaustion more bluntly than in a household or schoolroom. The ancient Mediterranean needed metals for coinage, weapons, tools, ornaments, and public works, and mining districts often swallowed the defeated, the condemned, and the enslaved into work that left little room for dignity. Lamps, baskets, hammers, dust, darkness, and narrow passages belonged to a kind of labor that Roman elites could profit from without seeing closely. A coin that passed cleanly through a market might have begun in a place few citizens wished to imagine. Gladiatorial slavery occupied a stranger public position. The gladiator was degraded, trained, admired, feared, and consumed as spectacle. Some gladiators were enslaved men, some were condemned criminals, and some were free volunteers drawn by debt, desperation, or the promise of reward. The school did not resemble an ordinary household, though it shared the same principle of ownership. It was a business of bodies trained for violence under discipline, diet, medical care, and confinement. A skilled gladiator represented investment, and investment required maintenance. Roman fascination with gladiators rested on contradiction. The arena displayed courage, endurance, and technical skill, qualities Romans praised in soldiers and ancestors. Yet the men who performed these qualities were marked by infamy. Their strength attracted attention while their status denied honor. A successful fighter could become known, even celebrated, but he remained surrounded by the fact that his body had been made available for public risk. This contradiction would matter deeply when men from such a school became the core of an armed revolt, because Rome had helped train the very people it expected to control. The Republic had already seen how dangerous enslaved populations could become when numbers, desperation, and leadership met. Sicily, one of Rome's great grain-producing regions, had been shaken by large slave uprisings in the 2nd century BCE. These wars were not identical to the revolt of Spartacus, but they belonged to the same larger world of conquest, estate labor, and harsh command. In Sicily, as in Italy, many enslaved people worked in rural conditions where owners and overseers depended on discipline more than consent. When revolt came, it was not merely a disturbance of property. It was a warning from inside the economic order. Roman elites remembered these events unevenly, but they did remember them. A revolt of slaves unsettled more than a border war, because it seemed to reverse the household itself. War against a foreign king could be placed within familiar categories: diplomacy, command, triumph, treaty, province. A slave uprising disturbed the imagined order of master and dependent, citizen and property, household and field. It suggested that the people nearest to Roman comfort might also become the nearest danger. That fear did not require sympathy in order to be real. The Italian countryside before Spartacus was therefore not peaceful in any simple sense. It contained farms, shrines, market towns, roads, villas, shepherds, tenants, free laborers, enslaved gangs, overseers, and armed memories. Herds moved through upland pasture. Grain traveled toward ports and cities. Travelers passed milestones on roads built for armies and commerce. In many districts, the same road might carry a magistrate, a merchant, a slave dealer, a runaway, and a chain of workers being moved from one owner to another. Roman order was visible in stone, law, and movement, but it was also exposed wherever that movement depended on coercion. The city of Rome sat above this world like both master and mouth. It consumed what Italy and the provinces supplied. Grain fed its people, estates fed its aristocrats, taxes fed its treasury, and enslaved labor fed the habits of households that expected service as part of rank. Senators debated laws in public spaces, while private letters were copied by enslaved hands. Generals celebrated victories that sent captives into markets. The Republic praised liberty as a civic inheritance, but liberty in Roman language belonged to those recognized as members of the civic body. Others could be excluded so completely that their labor became part of the furniture of power. A final detail gives the institution its quiet force. Roman slavery was not hidden because it was shameful to Romans in the way later ages might expect. It was hidden because it was normal. The slave at the door, the girl carrying a tray, the man in the field, the child sent to fetch water, the secretary taking dictation, the chained worker on an estate, the trained fighter in a school at Capua, all belong to the workings of the same society. The revolt of Spartacus would not come from outside Rome's world. It would come from within a system so familiar that many Romans could not see how much pressure it contained until the pressure had already found arms. Chapter 2: The Roads that Brought Captives Home. The captives who entered Roman bondage did not come from one place, speak one language, or carry one memory of defeat. They came from cities taken after siege, from villages caught between armies, from kingdoms broken by treaty, from pirate raids, debt, punishment, and sale. Some had once lived under Greek kings, some among Gallic tribes, some in the hills of Thrace, some in Syria, Asia Minor, Iberia, Sicily, Sardinia, Macedonia, or North Africa. Rome gathered them through war, but war was only the beginning of the passage. After the battlefield came the counting, the sorting, the march, the ship, the market, and the long entry into another person's household or estate. The Republic had been expanding for generations before Spartacus appeared in the record. Its victories over Carthage had brought Sicily, Sardinia, Spain, and North Africa into Roman calculation. The wars in Macedonia and Greece brought old cities and royal lands under Roman influence. Campaigns in Asia Minor and the Eastern Mediterranean opened routes through which money, grain, art, books, and captives traveled west. Conquest did not move in one direction only. Roman armies went outward, and the human consequences came back along roads, sea lanes, and contracts of sale. A captured person could pass through several hands before reaching Italy. Soldiers might seize prisoners during a campaign. Commanders might dispose of captives after victory. Dealers might buy in bulk near an army's route, and merchants might carry groups toward ports where ships waited. The person who had been a farmer, servant, shepherd, soldier, mother, craftsman, or child in one land became an item within a commercial chain. In this world, a body could be assessed for age, strength, skill, appearance, language, health, and expected obedience. The market did not need to understand the full life it was receiving. Such movement required a practical infrastructure. Captives had to be guarded, fed enough to preserve their value, moved in groups, and presented to buyers. The roads that Rome built for legions could also carry chained workers, and the ports that welcomed grain and amphorae could receive human cargo. A person taken in the eastern Mediterranean might cross water before seeing the Italian coast. Another might move overland through a province, then pass through a trader's network into a city market. The same imperial reach that made Rome powerful also made the movement of captives ordinary. In the marketplace, sale had its own procedures and signs. Roman buyers wanted to know origin, health, training, and defects, and sellers had reasons to present a human being as useful stock. Some slaves were advertised for strength, others for education, beauty, skill, youth, or trade experience. A Greek-speaking tutor, a Syrian household attendant, a Gallic herdsman, a Thracian fighter, or a skilled accountant did not carry the same price. A purchaser might see a possible cook, guard, wet nurse, secretary, miner, field hand, concubine, shepherd, or gladiator. The person being sold saw only another stage in separation. Names could change in this process. A foreign name might be shortened, Latinized, replaced, or ignored. A buyer could assign a new name for household convenience, turning origin into a label or erasing it entirely. Language became a wound as well as a barrier. A newly enslaved person might not understand orders, threats, prices, jokes, or the legal words used to describe his own sale. Those with useful languages could be valued for them. Those without Latin or Greek could be treated as rougher material for harder labor. Not all captives arrived with the same social memory. A defeated aristocrat might know letters, law, music, estate management, or military command. A rural laborer might know animals, crops, tools, and seasons. A young person might be trained into a household role before old habits could settle. A former soldier might be dangerous, especially if strong, disciplined, and accustomed to weapons. Buyers understood such differences in practical terms. The market converted past experience into future usefulness, and sometimes into risk. Thrace, the region often associated with Spartacus in ancient sources, stood on the northern edge of the Greek and Roman imagination. Its peoples were not a single political body, but a shifting world of tribes, kings, mercenaries, horsemen, hill country, and frontier war. Roman armies and Roman allies encountered Thracians in several settings across the late Republic, sometimes as enemies, sometimes as auxiliaries, sometimes as people drawn into the military economy of the wider Mediterranean. A man from such a region could enter Roman hands through conflict, desertion, punishment, or sale. The sources do not preserve enough to trace Spartacus's exact path with certainty. That uncertainty should remain in the story. Ancient writers remembered Spartacus as Thracian, and some traditions connect him with military service before enslavement. Yet the path from Thrace to a gladiator school in Capua is not recorded step by step. No surviving document gives the name of the trader who sold him, the price paid, the port used, the ship that carried him, or the first Roman official who handled his case. The silence is itself part of the history. Rome kept many records of property, command, and law, but the lives of the enslaved often appear only when they disrupted the order that had made them invisible. A small reconstruction, kept within what is known of Roman practice, helps make the machinery clear. A group of captives might be gathered after a campaign and marched under guard toward a sail point. Their previous ranks in life would not disappear, but they would be pushed beneath the immediate facts of custody. A man who had commanded others might now be counted beside boys, women, farmers, and craftsmen. At a port, buyers or agents could examine bodies with the same detached attention given to animals or tools. Once sold again, the group might divide forever, one sent toward a household, one toward a farm, one toward a mine, one toward a training school. The Mediterranean made such dispersal easier. Ships carried grain from Sicily and North Africa, wine from Italy, oil, slaves, textiles, metals, papyrus, and luxuries from older Eastern markets. Ports were not romantic thresholds, but working places of noise, bargaining, customs, warehouses, ropes, dock labor, sailors, accountants, and brokers. Human beings could move through them among other goods, though never as mere goods to themselves. The sea that connected cultures also helped tear people out of their own. Delos, in the eastern Aegean, became especially famous in ancient memory as a massive slave market during the late Republic, though the scale reported by later writers may carry exaggeration. Even allowing for uncertainty, the island represented something real, the commercial concentration of captivity in a world where war, piracy, and Roman demand met. Dealers followed opportunity. Italy's hunger for labor made captives valuable, and value encouraged supply. The Republic could condemn piracy while still benefiting from the human movement that violence and weak regulation produced. Pirates, too, belonged to this wider economy. The eastern Mediterranean in the late Republic was troubled by piracy on a scale that alarmed Roman merchants and politicians. Pirates seized travelers, raided coasts, disrupted trade, and sold captives into markets where questions might be few if profit was good. Not every enslaved person came through piracy, and war remained a major source, but piracy shows how porous the boundary could be between violence and commerce. A captured body could pass quickly from raid to sale to legal ownership, with each stage making the previous one harder to undo. Roman law and Roman business had ways of making violence appear orderly after the fact. A bill of sale, a witness transfer, a household entry, or an estate account could give the appearance of settled ownership. The original seizure might have been chaotic, but the later document was calm. A buyer in Italy did not need to see the burned village, the broken army, or the ship's hold. He needed a seller, a price, and a person delivered into his control. Paperwork could not cleanse the violence, but it could make it administratively quiet. Earlier slave wars had already shown what might happen when this movement of captives concentrated too much suffering in one place. Sicily was the clearest warning. Rome had taken Sicily after the First Punic War, and the island became a crucial source of grain. Large estates expanded, and enslaved laborers were used in agriculture, herding, and rural production. In the 2nd century BCE, Sicily witnessed two major slave uprisings that forced Rome to treat enslaved rebels not as household disorder, but as military enemies. The First Servile War in Sicily began in 1305 BCE and lasted for years. Ancient accounts connect it with harsh treatment, rural exploitation, and the leadership of men who could turn scattered anger into organized revolt. Eunice, a Syrian slave remembered for religious performance and claims of prophetic power, became one of the central figures. Another leader, Cleon from Cilicia, brought force and command. Their movement captured towns, fought Roman forces, and created an alternative center of power on an island Rome depended upon for grain. A miniature from Sicily helps prepare the ground for Spartacus without making the two wars identical. Enna, a hill town in the center of the island, became associated with the uprising under Eunice. The geography mattered. A town set high inland, with routes leading through rough country, was not the same as an open field. Rebels who had been treated as farm labor and household property suddenly held walls, weapons, and stores. Roman commanders had to approach people whom society had legally degraded as though they were a military problem requiring siege, discipline, and time. The Second Servile War in Sicily, beginning near the end of the 2nd century BCE, renewed the fear. Again, the island's large enslaved population, rural harshness, and local failures of control formed dangerous conditions. Roman officials had to fight not a passing riot, but another organized rising. To Roman elites, the repetition mattered. Sicily was not a far mythical place. It was a province tied to Roman food supply, revenue, and prestige. When enslaved people there rose in force, they exposed a weakness in the system that supplied Roman comfort. Italy was not Sicily, but the memory traveled. Senators, estate owners, and commanders could understand that a large population of enslaved people, especially in rural districts, contained risks when leadership, weapons, and opportunity appeared together. Fear did not make them abandon slavery. It encouraged harsher discipline, closer control, and quicker punishment. Roman society often responded to danger inside the system by pressing the system harder. This habit would shape the first response to Spartacus as well, the assumption that force, applied firmly enough, would restore the proper order. The roads into Italy continued to bring captives despite these warnings. Military victory remained honorable, and victory produced spoils. Landowners still wanted labor, households still wanted service, and public entertainment still wanted trained bodies. The slave market solved immediate needs while storing future danger. Each sale seemed private, practical, and ordinary. Added together across decades, those transactions filled Italy with people who had reasons to remember loss, reasons to hate command, and, in some cases, skills Rome itself had taught or sharpened. A gladiator school stood at the end of one such chain. Before a man reached Capua, he might have been captured far away, sold once or several times, assessed for strength, transferred between owners, and placed under a trainer who understood the commercial value of combat. The path did not need to be unusual to be severe. In the Roman world, that was the quiet cruelty of it. A life could move from homeland to battlefield, from battlefield to trader, from trader to ship, from ship to market, from market to school, and each stage could be treated by someone as business. Spartacus entered history from within that machinery. Whatever he had been before, the record first gives him clearly as a gladiator connected with Capua, a city whose wealth, schools, and entertainments belonged to the same Italian world that consumed the captives of empire. The revolt that would later alarm Rome did not begin in a foreign invasion or a royal court. It began among men whom Roman power had carried inward, trained under guard, and expected to spend their strength for others. The roads that brought captives home had also brought Rome the future leaders of a war it did not yet know it would have to fight. Chapter 3: Capua and the School of Lentulus Batiatus. Capua stood in the rich Campanian plain, not far from the roadways and coastal routes that tied southern Italy to Rome. Long before Spartacus became attached to its name, the city had been known for wealth, ease, and a history older than Roman dominance. Its fields were fertile, its position useful, and its reputation carried a mixture of luxury and danger in Roman imagination. To stern Roman moralists, Campania could appear too comfortable, too Greek in habit, too fond of pleasure and display. Yet the same qualities made it a fitting place for one of the Republic's more unsettling institutions, a school where men were confined, trained, fed, guarded, and prepared for public combat. The gladiator school of Lentulus Batiatus was not a stage in itself. It was a business before it was a spectacle. The arena may have drawn the public eye, but the school was the machinery behind the performance. Weapons practice, contracts, discipline, medical care, food, sleeping quarters, security, and accounting. A gladiator represented investment. He had to be purchased or otherwise acquired, trained into a recognizable fighting type, maintained in usable condition, and sent out when an owner or sponsor could profit from his appearance. The violence was public, but much of its preparation was administrative. Lentulus Batiatus, the owner associated with the Capuan school, survives mostly because his establishment became the place from which Spartacus and his companions escaped. He is not known to history as a great public figure, a general, or a writer. His importance comes from ownership and location. A man like Batiatus operated in the space between elite appetite and commercial management. He supplied trained fighters for games, and the men under his control belonged to a Roman economy that turned coercion, skill, danger, and entertainment into a marketable form. The school itself would have needed order in every ordinary hour. Weapons had to be stored, issued, inspected, and taken back. Food had to be measured. Injuries had to be treated when treatment preserved value. Men had to be separated when necessary, watched when anger rose, and trained in forms of combat that were not merely wild violence, but recognizable styles. The trainer, or lanista, occupied an ambiguous place in Roman society. He could make money from fighters and deal with respectable patrons, but the trade itself carried a stain because it lived by the preparation of men for the arena. The gladiators inside such a school did not all share the same background. Some were enslaved captives. Some may have been condemned to fight as punishment. Others in the wider gladiatorial world were volunteers, though voluntary service could be driven by debt, poverty, or desperation. A school could therefore contain men of different languages, origins, temperaments, and legal conditions. What united them was not a common homeland, but a common discipline imposed from outside. They were trained to fight one another, or to fight in pairs and types for audiences who expected danger to be arranged into form. The Roman arena depended on categories. A fighter might be trained with shield and sword, net and trident, curved blade, helmet, greaves, arm guard, or other equipment, according to the style assigned to him. These types changed over time and varied in detail, but the principle was steady. The combat had to be legible. Spectators were not watching an undifferentiated brawl. They saw contrasting equipment, movement, reach, risk, and endurance. Behind that public order lay hours of repetition, footwork, guard, strike, recovery, balance, breathing, and the management of fear under observation. Food mattered more than the glamour of later imagination often allows. Ancient references suggest that gladiators were fed in ways meant to build mass and endurance, with grain and legumes forming a large part of their diet. A fighter did not need the lean body of a modern athlete. He needed strength, resilience, and a body that could absorb punishment without immediate collapse. The kitchen of a gladiator school therefore belonged to its military and financial logic. Barley, beans, oil, water, and measured portions were part of the same system as wooden practice swords and locked doors. Medical care also had a practical place. A wounded gladiator could not earn if he died too soon or healed badly. Trainers and owners therefore had reasons to employ or consult people skilled in treating cuts, fractures, bruises, and strain. This care should not be mistaken for kindness in the modern sense. It was maintenance within ownership. Still, it made the school a peculiar environment, where men degraded by status could receive careful bodily attention because their bodies had commercial value. The same hand that dressed a wound might return the man to training once he could stand. A closer look at the training yard helps reveal the institution without inventing a scene beyond the evidence. Imagine it only as the record allows: enclosed space, repeated drills, weapons kept under control, instructors watching posture, men learning to strike without losing balance, and guards near enough to remind everyone that skill did not equal freedom. Wooden practice weapons would be safer than sharpened blades during training, but they could still bruise, tire the arms, and teach obedience to rhythm. The ordinary sound of the place was not always the roar of a crowd. More often it would have been the scrape of feet, the breath of exertion, the dull impact of practice, and the command of men paid to shape fighters. Capua's wider setting deepened the contradiction. The city lay among villas, roads, markets, and cultivated land. Campania's wealth was visible in agriculture and urban comfort, and Roman elites had long been drawn to the region's pleasures. A gladiator school placed inside such a landscape turned leisure and coercion into neighbors. A wealthy patron might enjoy a dinner, visit a bath, discuss politics, and arrange games in the same world where men under guard learned to kill or survive for public display. Roman society often kept such contradictions near one another without needing to resolve them. For the men confined under Batiatus, the school would have narrowed time. The day was not their own. Meals, training, rest, punishment, treatment, and preparation belonged to someone else's schedule. A man might still form friendships, rivalries, loyalties, plans and habits of private thought, but these existed inside walls designed to prevent independent movement. The gladiator was made conspicuous to the public, yet in daily life he could be controlled like stored property. His fame, if he gained any, did not open the gate by itself. Spartacus appears in this setting as a Thracian gladiator, though the details before Capua remain uncertain. Ancient writers do not preserve his full biography, and the fragments they provide have to be handled carefully. He may have had military experience. He may have once served with Roman forces or among auxiliaries. He may have been enslaved after conflict or punishment. Such possibilities help explain why later sources credited him with unusual ability, but they do not give a complete life. What can be said more firmly is that by 73 BCE, he was among the men held and trained in the Capuan school. His Thracian identity mattered in several ways. To Romans, Thrace suggested a frontier world associated with hard fighters, horsemen, and peoples not fully absorbed into Roman order. The arena also used ethnic labels and weapon styles in ways that could flatten real human origins into spectacle. A man called Thracian might be turned into a type, a costume, an expected manner of fighting. If Spartacus had already lived through war before slavery, then Capua was not his first experience of violence. It was the place where Roman ownership tried to convert that experience into entertainment. The school also held men whose names later joined his. Crixus, remembered as a Gaul, and Oenomaus, also associated with the early leadership of the revolt, appear in the ancient tradition as important figures among the rebels. Their presence reminds the story not to make Spartacus alone responsible for what followed. A revolt requires more than one capable man. It requires trust, shared danger, timing, and the ability to persuade people whose fear is reasonable. Inside a gladiator school, such relationships could form through training, confinement, grievance, and the knowledge of each man's courage. There was another quiet danger in the institution. Gladiators were enslaved or dishonored men, but they were not untrained laborers. The school gave them discipline with weapons, familiarity with fear, bodily conditioning, and practice in watching an opponent. Rome expected these skills to remain contained because guards, gates, ownership, and law surrounded them. Yet the skills themselves were real. Men trained for the arena might not form a regular legion, but they could understand timing, attack, defense, and the use of surprise. The commercial structure around gladiators also created movement between school and public event. Fighters could be hired out, transferred, sold, displayed, or sent to games sponsored by magistrates and wealthy men seeking favor. Their bodies passed through contracts and arrangements that linked the lanista to higher society. The audience might think of the games as entertainment or public generosity from a sponsor. The owner thought in terms of cost, reputation, survival rates, and returns. The fighter lived at the point where all those interests met. Weapons were central to the school's anxiety. Real weapons had to exist on the premises, but they could not be casually available to the men. Practice equipment, training gear, and arena arms formed a controlled arsenal. The later escape tradition, in which the fugitives first used kitchen tools and then seized proper gladiatorial weapons from a wagon, makes sense only inside this world of restriction. The men were trained for combat but denied free access to the means of combat. That tension was built into the building itself. A kitchen, often overlooked in the story, belongs close to the beginning of the revolt. It was one of the places where objects useful for ordinary labor could become instruments of escape. Knives, spits, cleavers, and other tools were not military equipment, but they were metal, handheld, and close to daily necessity. In a controlled environment, the difference between a utensil and a weapon could narrow quickly. The school's managers may have feared swords more than cooking implements, but desperation often begins with what is near. The number of men involved in the first plan varies in ancient accounts, and the larger conspiracy may have included more than those who successfully fled. This variation should not trouble the shape of the history too much. What matters is the scale of the beginning, not a province, not an army, not a city rising all at once, but a group of men inside a commercial school for violence, deciding that confinement was no longer bearable. Some were discovered or failed to escape. Others moved with enough speed to break out. The revolt began before it had a name. Capua could not have known in that first moment how far the consequences would travel. To the owner, the event may have first appeared as a serious loss of property and control. To local authorities, it may have looked like a dangerous but containable breakout. To the men who escaped, it was likely more immediate than any grand historical design. Movement away from the gate, away from the trainer, away from the schedule of the school, toward weapons, food, open country, and the uncertain protection of numbers. Revolts often become large only after they survive their first hours. The school of Lentulus Batiatus therefore stands at the meeting point of many Roman habits. Conquest had supplied captives. Markets had moved them. Campanian wealth had supported public entertainment. Training had sharpened bodies into instruments of spectacle. Ownership had assumed that walls and discipline would hold. In Capua, all of these arrangements came together in one place, and the men inside learned more from Rome than Rome intended. They learned its weapons, its routines, its confidence, and perhaps most importantly, the narrow places where confidence could fail. Chapter 4: 70 Men with Kitchen Knives. The escape from the school of Lentulus Batiatus began on a scale that later memory can make easy to misread. It was not yet the great slave war that would disturb the Senate, defeat Roman commanders, and move across Italy with tens of thousands of followers. It was at first a plan inside confinement, made by men whose movements were watched and whose weapons were controlled. Ancient accounts differ in details and numbers, but the central shape is clear enough. A group of gladiators at Capua resolved to break out, and only a portion of them managed to get away. The revolt that later seemed to shake Rome began as an act of immediate escape. The number most often associated with the successful flight is about 70 men, though some sources speak of a larger conspiracy that failed in part before it could unfold. Such variation is ordinary in ancient history, especially when writers looked back on events through scattered reports, political memory, and moral interpretation. The exact count matters less than the smallness of the first company. A few dozen men escaping a school were not yet an army. They were fugitives with training, anger, and no secure road ahead of them. plans of this kind required both courage and secrecy. The school was not a village where people could drift away unnoticed, nor a barracks where soldiers possessed their own arms. It was a guarded business, and the men within it were valuable property. If a conspiracy formed there, it had to pass quietly between men who trusted one another enough to risk punishment. A careless word, a frightened participant, a suspicious guard, or an unusual movement near the kitchen or training yard could ruin everything. Escape was not only a decision to run, it was a decision to act before the whole plan became known. The sources suggest that discovery came before the wider design could be completed. Many who may have been involved did not make it out. This gives the opening of the revolt a compressed and urgent character, though it need not be told as a theatrical scene. Some men had to move because waiting had become more dangerous than flight. The school's routines, which usually held bodies in place, suddenly created predictable openings, stored food, controlled weapons, kitchen implements, guards with expectations, doors that opened for ordinary purposes, and moments when work had to continue even in a place of confinement. The first weapons, according to the tradition, were not swords from the arena, but tools taken close at hand. Kitchen knives, spits, cleavers, and other utensils appear in the ancient telling because real arms were not freely available. This detail has the plainness of truth, even if each object cannot be checked. A kitchen in a gladiator school was essential, busy, and full of metal things. Food had to be prepared for men whose bodies required strength and whose training demanded calories. The same room that sustained the school could, in a moment of rupture, provide the first means to resist it. A kitchen knife is not a soldier's weapon. It lacks the balance, reach, and design of a sword, and a man using one against armed guards takes a terrible risk. Yet improvised weapons often matter in the first minutes of revolt because they belong to the ordinary world. They are not guarded in the same way as blades meant for combat. They rest near food, fire, wood, meat, grain, oil, and household routine. In such objects, the border between labor and violence could narrow until the men who had been fed for spectacle used the tools of feeding to break the order that contained them. The escape also depended on the training Rome had given them. These were not citizens formed into a legion, and they did not possess shields in ordered ranks at the first moment. Still, they were men accustomed to bodily discipline, close combat, pain, and the reading of another man's movement. Even with poor weapons, such training mattered. A guard facing a desperate gladiator was not facing an ordinary runaway. He was facing someone whose captivity had included repeated lessons in how to advance, strike, endure, and keep moving under danger. Once outside the immediate control of the school, the fugitives needed better arms quickly. Ancient tradition preserves a vivid and practical turn. They seized wagons carrying gladiatorial weapons. The detail is important because it marks the passage from breakout to armed movement. Kitchen tools could open a path, but gladiatorial arms could hold one. Helmets, shields, swords, greaves, and other equipment would have changed not only what the men could do, but how they saw themselves. They had left as fugitives. With proper weapons in hand, they became a fighting band. The wagon itself belongs to the material life of the gladiatorial business. Weapons had to be moved between schools, arenas, storage spaces, and events. They were objects of cost and maintenance, counted and carried like any valuable equipment. Their seizure was therefore more than a lucky accident. It exposed the weakness of a system that kept instruments of violence near men trained to use them. The same commercial circuit that supplied games supplied the first arsenal of rebellion. Capua's reaction may have begun with alarm rather than full understanding. An owner had lost valuable men. Local security had failed. Roads, estates, and nearby settlements now faced armed fugitives. Yet a Roman observer at the beginning might still have assumed that the matter could be contained by local force. Runaway slaves were not unknown. Disorder, theft, banditry, and rural violence had their familiar categories. The future size of the revolt was not written into its first hours. It had to be made by survival, movement, and the attraction of others. The fugitives could not remain near the school for long. Their knowledge of weapons did not solve the problems of food, shelter, direction, and pursuit. They needed distance from Capua, and distance meant roads, tracks, fields, and choices made under pressure. The Campanian landscape offered wealth, but also danger. Villas, farms, and storehouses could provide supplies. Towns could provide information or resistance. Every movement risked notice. A group of 70 armed men could not become invisible, but it could move fast enough to keep local authorities uncertain. The first looting should be understood through necessity as well as anger. Fugitives without provisions had to eat. Men who hoped to draw others needed proof that they could survive beyond the walls. Rural properties contained grain, livestock, tools, clothing, carts, wine, oil, and weapons of lesser kinds. A seized estate could yield food for a day or longer. A captured store might allow the group to keep moving. Roman owners would later remember such acts as criminal violence, which they were in the law of the Republic. To those who had just escaped ownership, the same acts could mean breath, time, and the possibility of not being returned. Others soon began to join them. The Italian countryside contained enslaved shepherds, field workers, household slaves, laborers on estates, and men who knew the hardness of overseers in chains. News did not travel as printed announcement, but it moved by roads, markets, servants, traders, frightened owners, and rumor. A gladiator band escaping from Capua was the kind of story that could pass from farm to farm with unusual speed. For some, it would sound like danger. For others, it would sound like an opening in a world that had offered none. A growing company brought strength and difficulty together. More people meant more hands, more eyes, more possible fighters, and a stronger appearance to those deciding whether to join or resist. It also meant more hunger, slower movement, wider tracks, louder rumor, and greater need for order. A small band can survive by speed and surprise. A larger one must begin to solve the problems of supply, discipline, authority, and direction. The revolt of Spartacus would repeatedly carry this double burden. Every increase in numbers made it harder to destroy and harder to lead. Spartacus, Crixus, and Oenomaus appear near the beginning of this process as leaders, though the exact arrangement of authority is not preserved with precision. Ancient writers tend to draw Spartacus forward, partly because his later reputation became dominant. Yet the early escape likely depended on a cluster of men able to command trust. The school had trained them in fighting, but command required more than strength. It required judgment, restraint at certain moments, boldness at others, and the ability to keep frightened people from scattering before the first Roman response arrived. Spartacus's leadership, as later sources describe it, seems to have been marked by practical intelligence. He is remembered not simply as fierce, but as capable, measured, and unusually sensible for a man whom Roman society had placed among the dishonored. That Roman and Greek writers would preserve such an impression is worth noticing. They did not need to admire a slave rebel. Their respect, however limited and filtered, suggests that his conduct in war could not be easily dismissed. In the first days, such qualities may have meant choosing movement over display, arms over vengeance, and defensible ground over open exposure. The men eventually moved toward Mount Vesuvius, a decision that gave them both refuge and risk. Vesuvius in the 1st century BCE was not remembered as the mountain that would later bury Pompeii and Herculaneum in 79 CE. To the people of Spartacus's time, it was a prominent height in Campania, with slopes, paths, vegetation, and commanding views over surrounding country. A mountain could shelter fugitives better than a town they could not hold. It could also trap them if a Roman force controlled the ways down. The choice of high ground belonged to practical warfare. A small force pursued by authorities needed terrain that reduced the advantage of numbers and formal equipment. Hills, woods, slopes, and narrow approaches could help men who lacked cavalry, siege equipment, and secure supply lines. From such a position, they could watch movement below, send out parties, gather food, and avoid being easily surrounded. Yet high ground did not feed people by itself. Every day on the mountain required contact with the countryside below, and contact meant risk. Roman authorities at first did not send the full weight of the Republic. This was one of the early mistakes that allowed the revolt to grow. The matter appeared beneath the dignity of consular war. A praetor or lesser commander could be expected to restore order against runaway gladiators and slaves. Such underestimation was not foolish in the abstract. Most slave escapes did not become major wars. But institutions often see a new danger through old categories. Spartacus and his companions were treated as a problem of policing before they were recognized as a military force. The first phase of the revolt therefore rested on a narrow bridge between disaster and expansion. Had the escapees been overtaken quickly, they might have entered the record only as a failed breakout, punished and forgotten. Instead, they found weapons, moved into defensible country, attracted others, and forced Rome to respond in stages. Nothing about this was inevitable. A guard might have acted sooner, a wagon might not have been seized, local forces might have closed the roads, or fear might have divided the fugitives. History often turns on such practical details before later generations give it a large name. In those early days, the men from Batiatus school carried the whole contradiction of Roman slavery with them. They had been owned, trained, fed, guarded, and prepared for violence as entertainment. When they broke out, they used the skills, objects, roads, and opportunities of the world that had confined them. The kitchen yielded the first blades. The gladiatorial trade yielded better arms. The countryside yielded supplies and recruits. Rome had made them property, but it had also gathered them, hardened them, and placed them near the means of revolt. From that beginning, small and dangerous, the War of Spartacus began to take form. Chapter 5: Vesuvius and the First Roman Humiliation. Mount Vesuvius did not yet carry, in Spartacus's lifetime, the terrible memory it would gain more than a century later. The mountain that would one day bury Pompeii and Herculaneum was, in 73 BCE, part of the Campanian landscape, high, visible, wooded in places, and useful to men who needed distance from roads and towns. It stood near rich country, not in a wilderness beyond Roman reach. Farms, villas, vineyards, paths, and settlements lay around it. For fugitives who had escaped from Capua, it offered what the flat country could not easily provide: height, concealment, watchfulness, and a place where a small force might not be swallowed at once. The move toward Vesuvius was practical before it was symbolic. Spartacus and the men with him needed ground where trained fighters could resist a larger but less prepared response. Open plains favored formal troops and cavalry, especially when supplies and roads allowed a commander to move freely. A mountain changed the calculation. Approaches could be narrowed, pursuit slowed, and the movement of an enemy made visible from above. Men who lacked a city could use the land itself as a temporary wall. The rebel company was still in the dangerous early phase of growth. It had escaped, seized better arms, gathered supplies, and drawn followers from the countryside, but it had not yet become the large moving force that later alarmed Italy. Such a group needed a place where fear could settle into order. New arrivals had to be judged, fed, armed if possible, and brought under some kind of command. Those who had fled estates or households did not automatically become soldiers. The mountain gave time for a rough discipline to begin forming among people who had never expected to stand together. Below them lay Campania, one of the richest regions of Italy. Vineyards, farms, and villas made the area valuable, and value meant stores of grain, animals, wine, tools, wagons, and equipment. A rebel force on Vesuvius could send parties down to gather food, but every descent risked discovery or ambush. Supplies were never an abstract matter. Bread had to be baked or carried. Animals had to be driven. Water sources had to be known. Weapons had to be repaired, and men who had escaped with little more than their bodies needed clothing, sandals, blankets, and vessels for cooking. Roman authority could not leave such a force alone for long. A band of armed fugitives near Capua was one matter. A growing group on a defensible mountain was another. The first official response came under Gaius Claudius Glaber, a praetor sent with a force to contain the rebels. He did not march against Spartacus as if facing a great foreign army. That distinction shaped the whole encounter. Rome still saw the fugitives as a dangerous disturbance, but not yet as an enemy requiring the full seriousness of a consular campaign. Glaber's force is often described as a militia-like levy rather than a first-rate army. The men under him may not have had the training, cohesion, and confidence of veteran legions hardened by long campaigns. Such troops could still be dangerous, especially when commanded by a Roman magistrate and operating against people deemed socially inferior. Yet the quality of a force matters most when events refuse to follow expectation. Against a cornered group on difficult ground, underestimation could become as damaging as weakness. The Roman plan was simple in outline. Glaber did not need to storm the height if he could block the known way down. If the rebels were confined on the mountain, hunger would do what assault might not. This was a sensible response in military terms. A force without secure supply, trapped above cultivated country, could be made to weaken. The Romans camped near the accessible route and assumed that the mountain itself had completed the encirclement. The assumption contained the mistake. Terrain is not only what a commander sees from the road. It includes ravines, slopes, old paths, vegetation, loose ground, steep faces, and the knowledge that desperate people gain when they have no safe exit. Glaber treated the known descent as the only descent that mattered. Spartacus and the men around him looked at the mountain from another position, not as a place to seal, but as a problem to solve from within. The ancient tradition gives the solution its memorable detail. The rebels are said to have made ladders or ropes from wild vines growing on the mountain and descended by a steep and unguarded side. The exact mechanics cannot be inspected now, and the account comes through later writers, but the story carries a practical intelligence that fits the situation. Vesuvius slopes supported vegetation, and men used to hardship could turn what grew around them into a means of movement. The mountain that Glaber thought had trapped them supplied the path by which they escaped. This miniature should be held calmly because its force lies in its plainness. Men cut or gathered vines. They twisted, tied, lowered, and tested them. They moved down ground that Roman troops had not considered usable. Such work required patience as much as courage. A fall could break a body, noise could give warning, a weak fastening could scatter the effort before battle began. The descent was not a flourish. It was a piece of improvised engineering carried out by men who knew that the ordinary road had been closed. Once below, the rebels came upon the Roman position from where they were not expected. A camp that watches one direction can become vulnerable from another. Roman soldiers were trained to value camp order, guard posts, ditches, ramparts, and predictable lines of approach. Glaber's men, however, were not facing an enemy they respected enough. Their confidence rested on the belief that the fugitives were contained. When that belief failed, the camp itself became exposed. The attack on Glaber's force was the first great humiliation of the revolt. It showed that Spartacus and his companions could do more than flee, loot, and hide. They could read a situation, use terrain, and strike an official Roman force with surprise. The defeat gave them weapons, equipment, confidence, and reputation. Among people held in bondage across the surrounding countryside, such news would have moved with unusual force. A band that could beat Romans was different from a band merely running from them. Roman defeat also changed the meaning of the revolt for those already involved. Men who had escaped a school and gathered on a mountain now had proof that survival was possible beyond the first act of flight. The psychological weight of that proof is hard to measure, but it mattered. Fear did not vanish, and danger did not lessen, but a victory could steady a group that might otherwise have broken apart under pressure. It also helped leaders claim authority. Success gives command a language that hungry and frightened followers can understand. The equipment taken from Roman forces would have been valuable in direct and indirect ways. Shields, helmets, swords, javelins, cloaks, packs, tools, and perhaps standards or camp supplies could be redistributed. Even damaged items could be repaired, adapted, or used for parts. A man who had entered the group with a farming tool might now carry a proper weapon. The army of the Unfree did not become Roman by capturing Roman gear, but it became more dangerous. Glaber's failure was not only a battlefield result, it exposed an error of category. Roman commanders and magistrates were accustomed to sorting conflicts into levels of dignity and threat. A revolt by slaves did not naturally receive the attention granted to foreign kings, rival generals, or provincial wars. That habit now began to cost them. Spartacus had been placed too low in Roman expectation, and the men around him used that space to grow. The mountain victory also widened the invitation of the revolt. The countryside around Campania and beyond contained many people who might hate their condition but doubt the possibility of resistance. A failed escape brought punishment. A successful armed camp brought hope of a harsher, riskier kind. Enslaved shepherds, field hands, estate workers, and others could hear that the men from Capua had not simply run into the hills. They had defeated a praetor's force and taken its arms. For some, that was enough to begin movement toward them. Growth, however, made the rebel position more complicated. A few dozen men could share seized food for a short time. Hundreds required planning. Thousands required a system, however rough. Animals had to be slaughtered or driven, grain collected, cooking arranged, scouts sent out, guards posted, and disputes controlled. The more the revolt attracted, the more it resembled not a band of gladiators, but a traveling society under arms. Families, laborers, fighters, and camp followers did not move with the same speed or needs. Spartacus's leadership becomes more visible after Vesuvius because the revolt had survived its first true test. Ancient writers later credited him with restraint and intelligence beyond what they expected from his status. The victory at the mountain helps explain why. A reckless fighter could lead a breakout. A more capable commander was needed to turn refuge into advantage. By using the slope, the vines, the unguarded descent, and the Romans' assumption against them, Spartacus showed the kind of practical judgment that would trouble better commanders than Glaber. Crixus and Oenomaus should remain near the scene as well, even when the sources do not allow every role to be assigned. The early army was not yet the disciplined instrument of one man's will. It contained men of different backgrounds and probably different expectations. Some may have wanted to escape Italy. Some may have wanted vengeance or plunder. Others may have followed because there was nowhere else to go. Holding such a company together after victory required more than the glow of success. It required decisions about where to move next, whom to accept, and how much risk to take. The Roman world below could not return to its previous ease after Glaber's defeat. Local owners had to think differently about their estates and roads. A villa that had seemed safely distant from war might suddenly require guards. A slave owner could no longer assume that every rumor of fugitives would end in capture. Magistrates had to send reports, and reports carried embarrassment. Rome had lost not to a king, not to a rival republic, not to a formal army, but to men it had classified as property. Still, the Republic had not yet fully awakened to the scale of the danger. One defeated praetor could be explained away. Poor troops, bad terrain, surprise, carelessness. Rome had many ways to preserve confidence after an unpleasant reverse. The machinery of Roman power remained vast. The Senate, the magistracies, the roads, the armies, the allied communities, and the habits of command had not disappeared because one force had failed near Vesuvius. Yet something important had shifted. Spartacus had forced Rome to begin learning, slowly and unwillingly, that this revolt would not behave like the small disorder it had first imagined. The mountain itself receded as the rebels moved beyond their first refuge, but Vesuvius remained the place where the pattern changed. There, a blocked road did not end the revolt. A Roman camp did not restore control. The men from Capua turned vines, slope, surprise, and training into a victory that gave them arms and a name. Rome had expected hunger to bring them down from the height. Instead, they descended on their own terms, and the war widened into the fields and roads of Italy. Chapter 6: Crixus, Oenomaus, and the Army of the Unfree. After Vesuvius, the revolt no longer belonged only to the men who had escaped from Capua. Victory made it visible, and visibility drew people toward it. Enslaved laborers from estates, shepherds from the uplands, household workers, field hands, and men already living close to violence began to appear around the armed corps of gladiators. Some came with weapons taken from farms or guards. Others arrived with little more than a cloak, a knife, a tool, or the strength of their bodies. The company that had begun as a breakout now had to learn how to become an army. The word army can mislead if it is imagined too neatly at this early stage. These were not legions raised by magistrates, sorted by census class, and drilled under standards inherited from the Republic. They were people from many origins, conditions, languages, and expectations, gathered by the rare fact that Romans had been defeated and a road away from bondage had opened. The gladiators gave the force its trained center, but the widening movement brought a more complicated human mass. Fighters, servants, herdsmen, cooks, wounded men, frightened newcomers, and perhaps women and children connected to escaping households, all pressed into the same dangerous current. Crixus stands near Spartacus in the ancient tradition as one of the most important early leaders. He is usually described as a Gaul, which may refer to origin, fighting type, or the way Roman sources remembered him through ethnic labels common in the arena and in war. His name survived because he commanded enough men and mattered enough to be recorded separately. He should not be reduced to a shadow of Spartacus. The revolt was large enough to contain rival judgments, different temperaments, and perhaps different aims. Crixus reminds the story that no single man could have carried such a movement alone. Oenomaus, another early figure, is more elusive. Ancient accounts name him among the leaders who came out of the gladiator school, but the record gives little about his life, command, or death. His very thinness is telling. Men could help shape events and still leave only a name behind. The revolt contained many such figures, capable enough to lead, known enough to be remembered by someone, but not preserved in the detail granted to Roman magistrates. Oenomaus stands for the many leaders whom the sources allow only briefly into view. Spartacus, Crixus, and Oenomaus probably commanded through a mixture of respect, necessity, and success. Formal rank in a Roman sense did not define their authority. They had no senate behind them, no lawful imperium, no chain of command drawn from civic office. Yet they had the practical authority of men who had survived the school, broken out, fought, and won. Among the newly arrived, that mattered more than title. A hungry runaway joining the camp would look for the men who could keep him from being captured. The newly forming force required order in ordinary matters before it could think of larger strategy. Food had to be gathered and shared. Captured animals needed drivers. Grain had to be ground or boiled. Wine, oil, salt, and water had to be carried. Watches had to be kept at night, scouts sent ahead, and guards placed around stores. A group that fails at such tasks dissolves even without battle. The rebels were fighting Rome, but they were also fighting the daily disorder that follows any mass of people without a settled home. Arms remained uneven. Some men carried captured Roman equipment from Glaber's defeated force. Others may have used agricultural tools, hunting spears, clubs, knives, axes, or improvised shields made from wood and leather. A gladiator's sword was useful, but not every follower could be equipped like a trained fighter. The army's strength therefore lay partly in numbers, partly in leadership, and partly in terrain. It could not yet rely on the smooth uniformity of legions. It had to turn whatever came into its hands into usable force. The countryside supplied more than food and recruits. It supplied knowledge. Enslaved shepherds knew upland tracks, grazing routes, water sources, and hidden paths between estates. Field workers knew barns, storage pits, threshing floors, wine cellars, and the habits of overseers. Household slaves knew which villas were wealthy, which roads were watched, and which owners had weapons or guards. Such knowledge did not look like strategy when scattered among individuals. Under leaders who could listen and direct, it became a map of opportunity. A rural estate taken by the rebels might yield a small world of materials. There could be amphorae of wine and oil, grain bins, cured meat, kitchen knives, ropes, blankets, tunics, sandals, carts, mules, farm tools, and sometimes hunting weapons or guarded stores. The seizure of such a place did not need to become a long scene of destruction in the telling. Its importance lies in logistics. Every cloak taken could keep a man warm. Every mule could carry food. Every rope, cart, or iron tool could be turned toward movement, repair, or defense. The arrival of more enslaved people also changed the emotional structure of the revolt. The gladiators had escaped from a school, but many newcomers had escaped from years of field labor, household command, or rural punishment. Their memories and grievances were not identical. Some may have wanted only distance and safety. Others may have wanted vengeance against particular owners or overseers. Some likely hoped to reach homelands beyond Italy, though for many such a hope was faint or impossible. A leader had to gather these desires without letting them pull the force apart. Differences of language must have shaped daily life in the camp. Latin may have served as a rough common tongue for some, especially those long held in Italy, but many would have carried native speech from Gaul, Thrace, Greece, Syria, or elsewhere. Commands in battle had to be simple enough to travel quickly. Gesture, habit, repetition, and the visible example of experienced fighters would have mattered. In such a force, authority could not depend on elegant speeches. It had to be shown in movement, distribution, punishment, reward, and survival. The Roman world had unintentionally prepared some of these men for collective action. Gladiators knew drill and combat. Shepherds often worked in rough country and carried staffs or weapons against animals and thieves. Estate laborers understood group work under overseers, even if they now turned that discipline toward different ends. Former soldiers or auxiliaries, if present, could bring knowledge of marching, camp routine, weapons, and Roman habits. The revolt became dangerous because many fragments of skill previously kept separate inside slavery began to meet. Yet discipline in such a movement was fragile. Loot could encourage recruitment, but it could also distract fighters and slow a column. Revenge might satisfy anger, but it could bring Roman retaliation faster and frighten potential allies among free, poor communities. A large camp could consume local supplies quickly and leave hunger behind it. Leaders had to decide when to stay, when to move, when to fight, when to avoid battle, and when to restrain their own people. The enemy was not only Rome's army, it was also disorder inside the revolt's widening body. Ancient writers sometimes portray Spartacus as trying to moderate the behavior of his followers more than other leaders did. Such reports may reflect Roman admiration for restraint or later attempts to make him a nobler figure than the movement around him. Still, they fit the pattern of a commander who understood that survival required more than anger. A force that becomes only a moving storm of plunder may frighten the countryside, but it rarely builds lasting strength. Spartacus appears, through the imperfect record, as a man who saw further than the next raid. Crixus may have represented another pressure within the movement, though the sources should not be pressed too hard. Later events suggest that he commanded a large separate body, and traditions sometimes imply a difference between those who wished to leave Italy and those who preferred continued fighting or plunder. It would be too neat to assign all strategy to Spartacus and all aggression to Crixus. Real movements divide for many reasons: food, pride, disagreement, ethnicity, root, opportunity, or the difficulty of keeping tens of thousands together. Even so, Crixus gives a name to the internal variety of the rebel army. Oenomaus, fading quickly from the surviving story, may have died early or lost prominence in ways not recorded. His absence after the beginning is another reminder of how much is missing. Roman sources cared most when rebel actions affected Roman commanders. They rarely preserved the internal counsels, griefs, arguments, and small decisions of the enslaved. A leader might vanish from the record after a battle, an illness, a quarrel, or a death no Roman writer thought worth describing. The history of the revolt must therefore move with respect for silence. The first Roman defeats helped give the rebels better equipment and greater confidence. A captured shield did more than protect a body. It taught the hand its weight, the arm its angle, and the group how to stand closer together. A Roman sword or javelin carried the habits of the army it came from. Even clothing, belts, helmets, and packs could help make the rebel force more durable on the road. War often transfers material from the defeated to the victor, and in this case the transfer reversed the social order Rome expected. Camp life would have developed its own rough routines. Fires had to be placed carefully. Animals needed tethering. Captured goods required guarding from both theft and waste. Wounded men had to be carried, left, or treated with whatever skill the camp possessed. Decisions about prisoners, informants, deserters, and suspicious newcomers could not be avoided. No surviving rebel regulation tells how such matters were handled, but a force that continued to grow must have found working answers. The Roman response still lagged behind the revolt's development. Authorities could see armed slaves and fugitives, but they did not yet fully grasp the scale of the transformation taking place. Each group of new followers turned the matter less into a local breakout and more into a social war without formal diplomacy or recognized enemy status. Rome was accustomed to enemies who sent ambassadors, held cities, minted coins, or commanded kingdoms. Spartacus's army offered none of these familiar signs. It moved through the countryside as a force born from ownership itself. For enslaved people considering flight, the decision to join carried severe risk. Capture could mean whipping, branding, sale to harsher labor, crucifixion, or other punishment. A person might leave behind family members, familiar places, or the thin protections of a household role. Yet the revolt made risk visible in another form, the risk of staying forever under command. The camp offered no safety, but it offered movement. In a world where legal identity had been reduced to property, movement itself could feel like a kind of beginning. By the time the rebel force widened beyond its gladiatorial core, the war had entered a new phase. Spartacus, Crixus, Oenomaus, and others were no longer merely fugitives from Capua. They stood at the head of a gathering made from the broken edges of Roman Italy, captives from many lands, laborers from fields and villas, men trained for spectacle, and people whose names would never be written. The army of the Unfree was uneven, hungry, dangerous, and difficult to command. It was also alive with the knowledge that Roman power had failed once and might fail again. Chapter 7. Italy opens before them. After the first victories, the revolt began to move through Italy with a force that was still forming as it advanced. It did not possess a capital, a treasury, a legal government, or a homeland in the usual sense. Its strength lay in motion, in the gathering of people who had reasons to flee, and in the inability of local Roman forces to close around it quickly enough. The roads and fields that had served Roman power now carried something Rome had not intended: a growing army of the enslaved, armed from seized stores and Roman defeats, passing through the countryside that had helped create it. Southern Italy offered both opportunity and danger. Its estates held grain, animals, tools, wine, oil, clothing, and wagons, all of which a moving force needed. Its uplands, woods, and rougher roads could shelter men who wished to avoid formal battle. Its towns and villas, however, could also send warnings, raise local resistance, and mark the rebels' movement for Roman commanders. Every mile opened choices. A column could take supplies and keep moving, or linger too long and invite pursuit. The rebel force had to learn the geography of survival. Large armies in settled country consumed the landscape around them. Bread, water, animals, fodder, cooking fuel, sandals, ropes, blankets, and replacement weapons become urgent long before any grand strategy can be carried out. A Roman legion could rely on magistrates, allied communities, supply arrangements, and the habit of military requisition. Spartacus's army relied on seizure, local knowledge, speed, intimidation, and the willingness of those already inside the Roman system to open barns, reveal paths, or join the march. A villa estate in the path of the rebels was not merely a house to be plundered. It was a small concentration of the Roman order they were escaping. There might be storerooms with grain in sacks or jars, presses for wine and oil, stables with mules, carts under cover, locked rooms, household goods, and account tablets marking yield and ownership. Enslaved workers there knew where things were kept and which doors mattered. The sudden arrival of armed fugitives could turn years of hidden knowledge into immediate use. A key, a path, a granary wall, or a sleeping overseer could alter the fate of an estate in a single morning. Such moments carried human confusion as well as logistics. Not every enslaved person on an estate could leave easily. Some had children, elderly relatives, partners, injuries, or fears shaped by long punishment. Others may have doubted that the rebels would survive. A house slave might know the roads less well than a shepherd. A field hand might have strength but no weapon. A woman in domestic service might face different dangers in flight than a young man trained to fight. The revolt offered possibility, but possibility did not erase the cost of choosing it. For those who joined, the march changed identity by degrees. A man who had been known only as a plowman or groom could be handed a spear. A shepherd who knew the hills could become a scout. A cook could feed a band of fighters. A driver could manage captured carts. Someone literate might help read documents, count supplies, or interpret a letter seized from a villa. Armies are made from more than the men standing in front with weapons. They depend on all the smaller forms of competence that keep a moving body from breaking apart. The roads themselves carried memory. Roman road building had been one of the Republic's great instruments of order, linking towns, colonies, military routes, markets, and ports. Paved stretches, milestones, bridges, and packed tracks helped soldiers and goods move across Italy. For rebels, these roads were both useful and exposed. A broad road could speed a column but also make it easier to track. A smaller path through hills might conceal movement but slow wagons, wounded men, and animals. Command meant choosing between pace and safety again and again. Roman estates did not stand alone in empty country. Around them were villages, tenant farmers, free poor laborers, shepherds, traders, shrine keepers, and local elites with their own concerns. Some free people may have feared the rebels as a threat to property and order. Others, especially those strained by debt or dependence, may have watched with more complicated feelings. The revolt was born from slavery, but it moved through a broader rural society where not all free people were secure and not all poor people had reason to love the wealthy. Even so, joining an armed slave revolt was a step beyond resentment. The presence of gladiators gave the moving force a hard center. In close combat, men trained at Capua and similar schools had experience that ordinary estate workers lacked. They could instruct others in basic use of captured arms, show how to hold a shield, how to strike without overreaching, how to keep the body balanced under pressure. Such training would have been uneven and hurried, but even simple instruction mattered. A large crowd with weapons is frightening. A large crowd with some discipline becomes a military problem. Cattle and other animals became part of the army's life. Herds could feed people, carry goods indirectly through hides and meat, or be driven along as mobile stores. Mules and horses mattered for scouting, command, transport, and speed, though the rebels do not seem to have possessed cavalry in a Roman or aristocratic sense at first. Animals slow a column if poorly managed, but they also keep it alive. The sound of a moving rebel camp would have included not only men and weapons, but wheels, hooves, lowing cattle, shouted instructions, and the small frustrations of travel. The question of discipline followed every success. A victory could bring recruits and supplies, yet it could also loosen restraint. Men who had suffered under owners might seek immediate revenge. Others might want loot, wine, or private settlement of old injuries. A leader who allowed complete disorder risked turning the force into scattered bands, vulnerable to counterattack. A leader who restrained too harshly risked losing the anger that had drawn people together. Spartacus's task, if the ancient impression of his command is trusted, was to keep a revolt fierce enough to survive and ordered enough to move. There may have been councils, though the sources do not describe them in detail. Decisions had to be made somewhere: which road to take, whether to accept more followers, how to divide captured goods, when to fight, when to avoid a town, when to leave wounded behind or slow down for them. A camp with several leaders could not operate by impulse alone. Crixus, Oenomaus, while he remained active, and other unnamed commanders likely held authority over sections of the force. The army's unity was practical, not guaranteed. Roman commanders faced a difficulty that did not belong to ordinary slave catching. The rebels did not sit in one place waiting to be reduced. They moved through a landscape thick with supplies and potential supporters. A force sent after them might arrive at a stripped estate, a burned store, an empty track, or a village too frightened to speak clearly. Reports could be late, exaggerated, confused, or shaped by panic. A magistrate gathering men in one district might learn that Spartacus had already turned toward another. The scale of rumor expanded faster than any formal order. A villa owner might send a messenger to a neighboring town. A trader might carry word to a market. A frightened overseer might ride toward local authorities. Enslaved people might whisper news in kitchens, fields, stables, and roadside inns. Rumor in such conditions was not mere noise. It was part of the war. It could bring recruits, frighten opponents, distort Roman judgment, and make the rebels seem present in more places than they were. A small episode can stand for many unrecorded encounters. A storehouse on a rural property built to hold grain after harvest becomes a point of decision. The owner or overseer may have fled, hidden, resisted, or tried to bargain. Enslaved workers on the estate know how much grain is inside, which door is strongest, where the carts are kept, and which animals can be driven. The rebels do not need to linger over the household's ornaments if sacks of grain and mule teams are available. By evening, what had been a private reserve of wealth is moving on the road as food for an army. Such acts damaged more than individual estates. They made visible the dependence of the countryside on obedience. An estate owner could replace tools, repair doors, and count losses, but the greater injury lay in the fact that laborers had seen the possibility of reversal. Even those who did not join might remember that Roman authority could fail locally. Fear ran in both directions now. The enslaved feared capture and punishment. Owners feared the people they had commanded, especially in districts where the rebel army had passed close enough for its success to be believed. The Roman view of the revolt hardened as it moved. What had begun as a breakout now struck at property across districts. The distinction between military enemy and criminal band blurred in Roman minds because Spartacus's followers were not recognized as a legitimate people at war. Yet the practical problem remained the same as in war. They had to be located, blocked, fought, and defeated. Language could call them runaways, brigands, slaves, or rebels. Their movement forced Rome to treat them as an army. Inside the rebel host, freedom itself was not a settled program. Some may have imagined return to homelands beyond the Alps or across the sea. Others may have thought only of staying alive from one day to the next. A few may have hoped to punish former masters, gather wealth, or remain together as an armed people outside Roman control. Such differences did not need to destroy the movement immediately, but they rested within it. Every route chosen favored one hope more than another. Every delay made escape less simple. The land through which they moved had been shaped by Roman victory, but not fully pacified in the deeper human sense. Italy contained memories of earlier wars, dispossessed communities, allied peoples whose relationship with Rome had been tested in the social war, and rural inequalities made sharper by landholding patterns. Spartacus did not lead an Italian political revolution, and the revolt should not be mistaken for one. Still, the countryside was not a smooth surface of loyalty. A slave army could move through its cracks because the Republic's order, though powerful, was unevenly felt. The growing army's material appearance must have been mixed. Captured Roman shields beside rough wooden ones, gladiatorial helmets beside farm hats and cloaks, proper swords beside axes, spears, knives, and staffs, men wearing tunics taken from estates, sandals repaired with whatever leather could be found, belts carrying stolen blades, sacks of food tied to poles, animals driven under guard. Such a force could look disorderly and still be dangerous. Rome's mistake was to think that disorder meant weakness. As Italy opened before them, the rebels entered a phase in which victory fed movement and movement fed numbers. They were still vulnerable to hunger, division, cavalry, better trained armies, and the weight of the Republic once it gathered itself. Yet for a time, the road belonged to them in a way no Roman master had intended. The fields, villas, stores, and paths of southern Italy became their supply line. Every estate they passed reminded them of what they had escaped, and every mile away from Capua made the first act of flight harder for Rome to undo. Chapter 8: The Senate Learns to Fear a Slave War. News of Spartacus did not reach Rome all at once in the shape later history would give it. It arrived in pieces: a breakout from Capua, armed fugitives near Vesuvius, a praetor's force defeated, estates disturbed, roads made unsafe, more slaves joining, another Roman commander embarrassed. The Senate was used to reports from distant provinces, from Spain, Asia, Macedonia, Cilicia, and the edges of Rome's expanding reach. This news came from Italy itself. That nearness changed its weight, though not immediately enough. The Republic had categories for danger, and those categories shaped response. A foreign king could be named, negotiated with, threatened, defeated, and displayed in triumph. A rival commander could be judged by office, army, faction, and ambition. A provincial revolt could be assigned to a governor. A slave rising was more awkward. Rome did not wish to grant dignity to people it legally treated as property, yet soldiers still had to march against them, commanders still had to make decisions, and the countryside still had to be secured. The first failures were therefore wrapped in disbelief as much as concern. Gaius Claudius Glaber's defeat could be explained as the result of terrain, carelessness, poor troops, or surprise. A single reverse did not overturn Roman confidence. The Republic had survived Hannibal, civil conflict, Italian rebellion, and wars across the Mediterranean. It was not natural for senators to think that escaped gladiators and rural slaves could become a strategic problem. Institutions often protect themselves from alarm by treating new dangers as familiar ones. Another commander, Publius Varinius, was sent against the rebels after the early embarrassment. His operations, too, failed to restore control. The details in the ancient sources are uneven, but the broad result is plain. Roman forces continued to struggle against an enemy they had expected to scatter. Subordinate officers were defeated, equipment was lost, and the rebels gained more room to move. Rome's official response was becoming part of the revolt's strength, because each failed suppression gave Spartacus arms, confidence, and wider reputation. The Senate did not operate like a modern command center, with instant maps and continuous reports. Information moved by messenger, letter, rumor, official dispatch, and personal connection. A landowner whose estate had suffered might appeal through friends. A magistrate might report losses in language meant to preserve his own standing. Local communities could send word of danger, but by the time the report arrived, the rebel force might already have moved. Roman decision-making rested on roads, horses, memory, and trust, all of which could be slowed or distorted by fear. The physical setting of Roman politics gave such reports a public life. Senators gathered in formal spaces, spoke according to rank and custom, and judged events through the habits of competition as well as duty. A military reverse was never only a practical problem. It touched reputation. A commander's failure could harm his family's standing, his future offices, and the factional balance among ambitious men. To admit the seriousness of Spartacus too early might also admit that earlier responses had been foolishly small. Rome's governing class had been shaped by war, but not always by the same kind of war. The great noble houses carried memories of commands, triumphs, provinces, and offices. Younger men sought military distinction because public life rewarded it. Yet the revolt of Spartacus offered a poor kind of glory at first. No aristocrat wished to be known mainly for chasing slaves through Italian hills and farms. If victory seemed easy, it brought little honor. If it proved hard, it brought shame. This made the war politically unattractive until it became too large to ignore. Reports from the countryside would have carried details that made the matter harder to dismiss. Estates were vulnerable. Slaves were leaving. Armed bands were seizing supplies. Roman detachments were failing to hold the field. The rebels were not trapped in a single fortress, nor were they waiting for siege. They moved, recruited, struck, dispersed, gathered, and used country knowledge against men sent to contain them. A messenger entering Rome with news of defeat brought more than words. He brought dust from the road, names of places now associated with alarm, perhaps tablets or letters sealed for officials, perhaps fragments of a commander's explanation. The recipient had to decide what the report meant before the Senate could act on it. Was this a temporary embarrassment or a widening war? Was the commander incompetent, or was the enemy stronger than expected? Rome's first difficulty was not only military, it was interpretive. The memory of Sicily stood in the background. The earlier Servile wars had shown that enslaved people could hold territory, defeat Roman forces, and require extended campaigns. Yet those wars had been on an island province. Spartacus was moving through Italy, nearer the heart of Roman identity and closer to the estates of the governing class. Sicily had been a warning from the grain fields of empire. Spartacus made the warning walk the roads of the peninsula. The embarrassment deepened because Roman society depended on hierarchy being visible and believed. Masters commanded slaves, magistrates commanded citizens, officers commanded soldiers, and the Senate guided the republic's great affairs. When men classed as slaves defeated commanders who carried Roman authority, the failure was not merely tactical. It disturbed the appearance of order. A praetor's insignia, a Roman camp, a levy of citizens or allies, and the assumption of obedience had all been made to look insufficient. Practical fear followed symbolic injury. If slaves on other estates heard of victory, they might leave. If owners overreacted, they might create further desperation. If commanders moved too slowly, the rebels might grow. If they moved too rashly, they might be defeated again. Rome did not need to imagine the entire slave population of Italy rising at once in order to be afraid. It was enough to see that the example could spread unevenly, district by district, wherever numbers, grievance, and opportunity met. A small council of household concern likely repeated itself across Italy. An owner asks whether the rural workers should be watched more closely. An overseer wants permission to chain men at night. A steward worries that too much harshness may provoke flight before guards arrive. A family considers whether to leave a villa for the safety of town. The public war entered private rooms in such decisions. Fear did not always announce itself in speeches. Sometimes it appeared as a locked storeroom, a changed sleeping arrangement, or an order that no worker should travel alone. Military levies had their own human texture. Men summoned for service against Spartacus did not necessarily march with the pride of a campaign against Mithridates or a prestigious eastern enemy. They were being sent into rough country against fighters who had already surprised Roman forces. Equipment had to be assembled, officers assigned, routes chosen, supplies gathered. A soldier might carry shield, sword, cloak, rations, water vessel, and the private unease of facing men who did not fight according to the assumptions of formal war. Roman commanders had to learn the enemy's habits. Spartacus did not always offer battle where Rome wanted it. His force could use hills, broken ground, rapid movement, and the intelligence of enslaved people familiar with local estates. When threatened by stronger forces, the rebels might avoid direct engagement. When Roman detachments became isolated, they could strike. This was not the warfare of parade ground symmetry. It was a conflict shaped by roads, hunger, rumor, speed, and the difficulty of forcing a mobile enemy to stand still. The Senate's language for the conflict may have remained dismissive, but resources gradually told the truth. More serious commanders, larger forces, and greater attention meant that the revolt had crossed a threshold. Rome could still refuse Spartacus the dignity of a formal enemy while treating him as one in practice. That contradiction was characteristic of the war. The rebels were not recognized as a people, yet they required campaigns. They were not a state, yet they drew strategic decisions from the Republic. Spartacus's reputation grew in the space created by Roman failure. The more commanders struggled against him, the less he could be described as a mere runaway. Ancient writers, even while hostile to slave rebellion, would later acknowledge his intelligence and command. Such recognition likely began in reluctant reports. A defeated officer does not praise an enemy without reason. To explain failure, Romans had to admit that the man before them had judgment, discipline, and tactical ability beyond what their social categories allowed. Crixus and the other leaders also contributed to Roman anxiety, because the revolt could no longer be imagined as the personal following of one gladiator alone. It contained enough force to divide, operate, gather, and threaten in more than one direction. A single leader can be targeted. A broader movement is harder to reduce. Roman officials had to think not only of Spartacus, but of the conditions that kept adding people to him. This was the part of the war Rome least wanted to examine too closely. The Italian allies and municipal communities caught near the movement had to balance loyalty, fear, and self-protection. Towns could close gates, send warnings, hide valuables, or offer assistance to Roman forces. Rural communities might be unable to defend themselves if the rebels arrived in numbers. Local elites had to show firmness without inviting destruction. For ordinary free inhabitants, the revolt may have brought confusion more than ideology. A field abandoned, a road unsafe, a market disrupted, a relative called to serve, a rumor that the rebels were only a day away. As the war continued, Rome's fear became more organized. It was not panic in every street, nor a collapse of the Republic's nerve. Rome remained powerful, wealthy, and experienced in war. But the governing class began to understand that the revolt had escaped the frame first placed around it. The problem was no longer simply how to punish runaways from Capua. It was how to defeat a moving army formed from the laboring underside of Roman Italy before it inflicted more shame, drew more followers, and exposed more of the Republic's dependence. The Senate learned slowly, as powerful institutions often do when the evidence insults their assumptions. Each report from the field carried the same unwanted lesson in a different form. Men without legal standing could still command. People treated as property could still organize. A war considered beneath honor could still defeat honorable men. Rome did not yet know how far Spartacus would march, or how hard it would be to bring him to final battle. It knew enough by then to stop thinking of the revolt as a mere accident of Capua. Chapter 9. North toward the Alps. The movement northward is one of the most important and most uncertain turns in the War of Spartacus. Ancient writers preserve the broad direction more clearly than the inner reasoning behind it. The rebel army moved through Italy with a force large enough to trouble Rome and mobile enough to avoid easy destruction, and at some point its path carried it toward the Alps. Later readers have often seen in that movement a simple plan: leave Italy, cross the mountains, scatter into homelands, and escape the reach of Roman slavery. That may be close to what Spartacus intended, but the sources do not give his counsel, his words, or the full mind of the army he led. A march toward the Alps made practical sense in more than one way. Italy was dangerous because it was the center of Roman power, but it was also a peninsula with long roads, many estates, and mountain barriers to the north. Beyond the Alps lay Gaul and other regions where Roman authority existed unevenly, and where some followers may have imagined a return, or at least dispersal beyond immediate pursuit. For men from Gaul, Thrace, or other non-Italian origins, the north could suggest exit rather than conquest. To leave Italy was not the same as finding safety, but it might have seemed the nearest path away from the system that had held them. Such a march was not a clean line on a map. A large moving body had to pass through fields, river crossings, towns, rough roads, and districts that might resist or flee. The rebels could not simply announce a destination and arrive. Their route had to be negotiated through supply, weather, terrain, Roman forces, and the condition of their own people. Those with weapons could march faster than families. Wounded men, animals, carts, and newly freed laborers. Every mile north asked the army to remain coherent while carrying hunger, fear, hope, and disagreement along the road. The Apennine spine of Italy shaped movement even when armies used lower routes. Hills and mountains run down the peninsula, dividing regions and complicating travel. Valleys could guide a column, but also channel it. Rivers offered water and obstruction together. Roads built for Roman movement could serve the rebels for speed, then expose them when Roman forces tried to intercept. A commander moving tens of thousands had to think not only of enemy armies, but of the next crossing, the next supply, and the next place where the column might become too stretched to defend. The northern road also carried memory for Rome. Italian communities had only recently lived through the social war, when Rome's Italian allies fought for citizenship and recognition. That conflict had ended before Spartacus's revolt, But the landscape had not forgotten military movement, levies, sieges, and the presence of armies among towns and farms. The rebels did not inherit the cause of the Italian allies, and they were not fighting for Roman citizenship. Still, they moved through a country that had known how quickly the Republic's internal order could turn into war. Roman commanders attempted to block and contain the revolt as it moved. The details of each engagement are not preserved with the fullness one might wish, but the pattern remains steady. Rome sent forces, Spartacus maneuvered, and the rebels continued to survive. The Senate's embarrassment widened because the movement was now far beyond Capua, far beyond a mountain refuge, and far beyond the reach of a quick punitive expedition. A slave army was not merely hiding in the south. It was moving through the length of Italy toward the boundary of the peninsula itself. The army's internal life during this northward phase must have been difficult to hold together. Food mattered constantly. A column could strip nearby land as it passed, but it could not return to the same storehouses once emptied. Grain had to be carried or gathered. Animals had to be driven at a manageable pace. Scouts had to move ahead, not only to watch for Romans, but to find water, assess roads, and discover where supplies might be taken. Spartacus's strength lay partly in refusing to fight under conditions chosen by his enemies. Roman armies were formidable when allowed to form, advance, and use their discipline in open battle. Against a mobile force that could turn away, strike detachments, and draw strength from the countryside, formal Roman advantages were less decisive. This did not make the rebels invincible. It made them troublesome in a way Rome found hard to reduce. A commander who could not force battle had to protect roads, supplies, towns, and reputation all at once. A small moment on the march helps make the scale visible. At a river crossing, the strongest fighters might pass first or last, depending on danger. Animals would need handling. Carts could jam on the bank. Men carrying captured shields and packs might have to wade, lift equipment, or form rough guards while others crossed. A delay of an hour could become serious if scouts reported Roman movement nearby. Such moments are rarely preserved in ancient narrative, but they made the difference between an army that remained whole and one that dissolved into panic. The rebels' equipment remained uneven, though Roman defeats improved it. Some now carried proper shields and swords, perhaps taken from earlier engagements. Others used spears, farm tools, knives, axes, and whatever could be fitted to the hand. Armor would have been scarce and irregular. A captured helmet might pass to a frontline fighter. A cloak taken from a Roman camp might warm a man who had left an estate with little. The appearance of the army must have reflected its history, bits of Roman military order mixed with the rough materials of rural flight. At times, the revolt likely moved in sections rather than as one compact mass. This would make sense for supply and maneuver, though it increased the danger of separation. A single large camp exhausts the land around it quickly. Smaller bodies can gather food more widely, scout more effectively, and move with less congestion. Yet divided forces can be defeated in detail. The tension between unity and practicality would follow Spartacus throughout the war and eventually deepen the importance of leaders such as Crixus. Crixus' presence raises the question of differing aims within the army. Some ancient accounts suggest divisions among the rebels, especially between those inclined to leave Italy and those who preferred to remain, fight, and plunder. It is possible that such differences were already forming during the northern movement. The men who had been enslaved in Italy did not all share a homeland beyond the Alps. For some, leaving the peninsula might promise freedom. For others, it might mean entering unknown lands with no food, no kin, and no welcome. The Alps themselves were not merely a symbol of escape. They were a real barrier with passes, weather, altitude, snow and season, local peoples, and difficult approaches. A small party might cross more easily than a huge army carrying wounded followers, supplies, animals, and uncertain loyalties. Even if the rebels reached the mountains, the problem of dispersal remained. Where would each group go? How would former slaves avoid being seized again, sold again, or attacked as strangers? Escape from Italy was imaginable. Life after escape was less clear. For Spartacus, if leaving Italy was indeed his preferred course, command required persuading people that the hardships of crossing were better than the temptations of continued victory. Recent success can make retreat feel like weakness, even when retreat is wisdom. Men who had defeated Roman commanders might not wish to scatter into obscurity. They had taken supplies, struck estates, and seen masters flee. The emotional pull of reversal could be strong. To turn away from Italy's wealth and roads required a discipline different from battlefield courage. Rome's own military pressure complicated the decision. Commanders could try to block the north, protect key routes, and force engagements before the rebels reached the mountains. The Republic did not have to defeat every rebel at once if it could keep the army trapped inside Italy until stronger leadership emerged. Delay favored Rome in the long run. The Senate could raise more troops, appoint more serious commanders, and learn from earlier failures. Spartacus had to move before Roman power gathered itself fully. A Roman magistrate watching the northward movement would have understood the danger in two opposite ways. If Spartacus escaped, Rome would suffer humiliation, thousands of slaves breaking through Italy and leaving beyond reach. If he did not escape and remained inside the peninsula, the countryside would continue to suffer, and the revolt might grow still more. The northern march therefore threatened Rome whether it succeeded or failed. It forced Roman authorities to think of the rebels not as a local fire, but as a force operating across the map of Italy. The rebel march also altered the lives of communities far from Capua. Towns that had never seen the gladiator school now had to consider gates, stores, messengers, and local defense. Wealthy families might move valuables or leave country properties. Enslaved people in districts ahead of the army might hear rumors before the rebels arrived and decide whether to flee early, wait, or remain silent. A war born in one place was becoming a chain of decisions in many places. The length of Italy gave the revolt room, but it also spread fear. The ancient record gives victories to Spartacus during this wider campaign, including defeats of Roman forces sent against him. Each success reinforced the impression that he was not merely lucky at Vesuvius. He could continue to maneuver, win, and preserve his army under pressure. Such endurance mattered because Rome was not a fragile opponent. To survive one Roman mistake was possible. To survive repeated responses across months required a deeper capacity, command over movement, timing, morale, and the rough economy of a marching force. Still, the very scale of the army carried a hidden burden. The larger it became, the harder it was to convert victory into escape. A small band of fugitives could disappear into mountains, forests, or foreign territories. A vast host could not vanish. It needed food, left tracks, raised dust, frightened towns, and carried its own internal disagreements. Spartacus's success made him more dangerous to Rome, but also tied him to people who could not all move like soldiers. The revolt was strongest as a mass and most vulnerable for the same reason. The northward road therefore stands as a moment of possibility that never becomes fully clear. Perhaps Spartacus wanted to lead the army out of Italy and release his followers from the Roman world. Perhaps many refused to go. Perhaps supply, division, opportunity, or confidence drew them back. What can be said is that the movement toward the Alps showed the revolt at its broadest horizon. For a time, the road led not toward the conquest of Rome, nor toward a settled kingdom of rebels, but toward the edge of the peninsula and the thought of leaving. That thought, whether held by Spartacus alone or shared by many, gives the march a quiet weight. The men and women who had been carried into Italy by conquest, sale, and ownership were moving toward the mountains that might let them pass out again. Their path ran across the same Roman world that had consumed them: estates, roads, towns, fields, bridges, and camps. Behind them lay Capua, Vesuvius, and the first astonished defeats of Roman authority. Ahead rose the difficult boundary of Italy, and with it the unresolved question of whether a slave army could become free by walking far enough away. Chapter 10. The Turn Back South. The turn back south is one of the places where the revolt becomes most difficult to explain with certainty. The broad movement is clear enough. After marching toward the north and reaching the region from which escape beyond Italy seemed possible, Spartacus and his army did not simply vanish over the Alps. They turned again into the peninsula. Ancient writers offered explanations, but none can be treated as the full record of a council held in the rebel camp. What remains is movement, consequence, and the uneasy space between what a commander may have intended and what a vast mixed army was willing or able to do. A simple story would say that Spartacus wanted to leave Italy and his followers refused. That may preserve something real. It is easy to imagine how a commander, looking at the long danger of remaining inside Roman territory, might see departure as wisdom. It is also easy to understand why many in the army might resist that wisdom. Italy had become, for a time, a place where Roman authority could be beaten. Estates had yielded supplies. Roman forces had failed. Men who had once been commanded now carried weapons. The thought of crossing into colder, rougher, uncertain lands may not have appealed to people newly conscious of their strength. The army itself was not one people with one homeland. Gauls, Thracians, Greeks, Syrians, Italians, and others may have moved within it, along with people whose origins had been blurred by years of sale and displacement. For some, the Alps might mean a road toward kin, language, and remembered places. For others, They were simply a barrier beyond which lay another unknown world. An enslaved field worker born in Italy, or taken as a child and raised there, might not feel that freedom waited across the mountains. A household slave with family still somewhere in the south might have little reason to disappear into Gaul. The practical burden of crossing also mattered. A small group of armed men could attempt difficult passes with speed. A large host carrying wounded people, seized goods, animals, carts, and followers of varied strength faced a different problem. Mountain crossings required food, clothing, local knowledge, and discipline. Weather could turn quickly. Narrow routes could break a column into vulnerable pieces. If the army contained many who were not trained fighters, the cost of crossing might have seemed high even if the hope beyond it was real. Victory can make danger harder to read. Spartacus's army had defeated Roman commanders, seized equipment, and moved across Italy in a way that made the Republic look slow and embarrassed. Success may have changed the expectations of the men around him. What first appeared as an escape could begin to feel like a campaign. The road out of Italy asked the rebels to surrender the momentum of triumph for the uncertainty of dispersal. Many armies in history have struggled to stop winning while winning still seems possible. There was also the matter of plunder. A movement made from the enslaved and dispossessed did not operate on pure strategy. People needed food, clothing, animals, money, tools, weapons, and the means to live beyond the next week. Italian estates, for all their danger, offered supply. The lands beyond the Alps might offer refuge to some, but they did not promise immediate abundance to a huge mixed army. The South, by contrast, held more estates, more towns, more Roman wealth, and perhaps the imagined possibility of ships. The turn should not be treated as foolish merely because it ended badly later. Men inside events do not see the whole line of consequence. They know the last victory, the next road, the mood of the camp, the amount of grain left, the reports from scouts, the loyalty of commanders, and the confidence or impatience of followers. Spartacus may have judged that forcing the army over the Alps would fracture it. He may have chosen to remain with the larger body rather than save a smaller portion. Or he may have altered his own aim as circumstances changed. The record permits caution, not certainty. A council, if one occurred, would not have resembled a formal Roman Senate. Authority in the rebel army likely rested with leading fighters, commanders of sections, trusted companions, and men whose followers would listen to them. A decision to continue southward may have emerged through argument, pressure, refusal, and practical necessity rather than a single dramatic vote. Crixus, if still alive at this stage depending on the chronology followed by different traditions, and other leaders represented forces that Spartacus had to accommodate. Command over a revolt was never the same as ownership of it. The southward route reopened the long spine of Italy. Roads already traveled, districts already alarmed, and estates already aware of the revolt now came again into the story. The rebels may not have retraced every step, but their return into the peninsula deepened Roman fear. A slave army that reached the north and left would have humiliated Rome. A slave army that turned back south remained inside the body of Italy, drawing more time, more troops, more losses, and more shame from the Republic. Roman commanders could take some comfort from the turn, though not enough to relax. If Spartacus did not cross the Alps, he remained reachable. He could be trapped, followed, blocked, or forced toward regions where Rome could concentrate force. Yet his decision also meant that the war continued. Every district through which he passed had to feed itself, protect itself, and wonder whether its own enslaved population would stay in place. The Senate's problem did not end at the northern boundary. It moved back down the map. The army's appearance on the road must have grown more varied with time. Captured Roman arms mingled with estate tools and weapons made in haste. Pack animals carried food and goods taken from farms. Some followers likely wore clothing stripped from villas or Roman camps. Others still moved in rough garments from labor. Cooking pots, sacks, spare shields, blankets, and broken equipment traveled with them. A force that had no official supply train still needed the things every army needs, and those things left a trail through the countryside. The question of families and non-combatants is difficult but important. Large slave revolts often drew more than fighting men. People fleeing bondage did not always leave alone. Women, children, older people, and injured workers may have attached themselves to the moving host, whether in small numbers or larger groups than the sources bother to notice. Their presence would have slowed movement and complicated decisions. A commander who sees only soldiers can choose differently from one responsible for a camp filled with people who cannot easily fight. Such a camp needed rhythms beyond battle. Fires had to be lit and extinguished. Food had to be distributed. Animals had to be kept from wandering. Wounded men required attention. Scouts needed to report before dawn or after dusk. Disputes over captured goods could become dangerous if not controlled. A man newly freed from an estate might resent being ordered by another leader, yet without order the army would fail. Turning south may also have reflected the pull of Sicily. The island had already seen great slave wars, and its large estates and enslaved population could make it seem fertile ground for renewed rebellion. If Spartacus hoped to carry the revolt there, the southward movement gains another kind of logic. Sicily was not merely a place of escape. It was a place where the memory of slave armies already existed, and where Rome's dependence on grain could be threatened. The thought of reaching it may have offered a strategic aim more concrete than wandering beyond the Alps. To reach Sicily, however, an army had to reach the far south and secure passage over water. That required ships, cooperation from sailors, pirates, merchants, or coastal communities, and enough control of timing to prevent Roman interception. The sea could seem narrow at the Strait of Messina, but even a narrow crossing is immense without vessels. For men accustomed to roads and fields, water placed freedom in the hands of those who owned boats. The turn south therefore carried the revolt toward a new kind of dependence. Roman Italy became more strained as the army moved. The same communities that had heard rumors of the northern march now heard of the return. Fear could become weary and practical. Gates were repaired. Stores were hidden. Owners moved people or punished suspected disloyalty. Local officials sent messages more urgently. Farmers tried to judge whether to harvest, flee, guard, or bargain. War is often remembered by battles, but for those living near its path, It is also a series of interrupted tasks, grain left uncut, animals driven away too late, a road avoided, a market day abandoned. Among the rebels, the decision to remain in Italy may have deepened differences. Those who had hoped for escape could feel delayed or betrayed. Those who preferred continued war might feel vindicated. Leaders had to keep such feelings from splitting the host. Victory could cover disagreement for a time, especially if supplies remained available and Roman forces failed again. But disagreement rarely disappears because it is not spoken in surviving sources. It waits inside roots, councils, campfires, and choices about whether to keep moving. Spartacus's own position becomes more burdened at this point. Earlier, he had led men out of a school and away from immediate pursuit. After the victories in the Northern March, he commanded not simply escapees, but a large historical force with expectations of its own. His judgment may have pointed one way while the army's desire pulled another. A leader in such conditions can retain authority only by moving with the possible. Command is not always the power to make others follow the best road. Sometimes it is the skill of preventing them from breaking apart on the road they will accept. The southward turn, therefore, should rest in the telling as a fact surrounded by plausible pressures. It may have come from refusal, ambition, hope for Sicily, need for supplies, internal division, confidence after victories, or a combination of all these. The ancient record does not allow a single clean motive. What it does allow is the sight of a rebel army that had reached the edge of escape and then re-entered the Roman heartland. That was enough to prolong the war and force Rome toward harsher measures. In the end, the road back south changed the nature of the revolt. It was no longer only a flight from bondage. It became a continuing war inside Italy, with all the burdens that continuation brings. The army carried hope, anger, hunger, captured arms, uncertain plans, and the many lives of people who could not all want the same future. Behind them lay the mountains they did not cross. Ahead lay the narrowing land of the south, the possibility of Sicily, and the Roman command that would soon fall to a man wealthy, severe, and ambitious enough to make the Republic's embarrassment his opportunity. Chapter 11. Crassus takes command. Marcus Licinius Crassus entered the war at the point where Roman embarrassment had become too large to carry casually. The revolt had survived local suppression, defeated commanders, moved through Italy, and exposed the weakness of treating Spartacus as a passing disorder. Rome did not lack power, but it had failed to apply that power with enough seriousness and coherence. The Senate now needed a commander who could restore discipline to the army as much as pressure the rebels in the field. Crassus was not the noblest figure in Roman memory, nor the most loved, but he possessed wealth, ambition, severity, and a clear interest in turning a humiliating war into personal advancement. Crassus came from one of the great families damaged by the civil conflicts of the late Republic. His father and brother had died during the violent struggles between the Marian and Sulan factions, and Crassus had learned early that Roman politics could consume even men of high birth. He had supported Sulla and profited during the proscriptions, when property confiscated from the defeated could pass into the hands of those aligned with the victor. By the time Spartacus's revolt demanded sterner attention, Crassus was already known as a man of immense fortune. Wealth gave him independence, clients, influence, and the ability to move in public life with unusual force. His money was not a decorative fact. Roman politics required expense. Games, loans, favors, buildings, campaigns, and the maintenance of friendships among men who expected generosity. Crassus understood property as power in a direct way. He invested, lent, bought, speculated, and gathered assets with a persistence that later writers remembered sharply. In Rome, where noble ancestry mattered but public competition was constant, his fortune allowed him to make himself necessary. A war against Spartacus gave him something money alone could not fully purchase: the chance to stand before the Republic as the man who had solved a crisis others had mishandled. The command he accepted was not glamorous in the old aristocratic sense. A victory over a great king could lead to triumph, songs, statues, and a place in ancestral memory. A victory over enslaved rebels carried less honor and more discomfort. Yet the war had grown so serious that even this unattractive command could become useful. If Crassus succeeded where others had failed, the shame of the conflict would make his success sharper. He could present himself as the commander who restored Roman order inside Italy itself. The army he inherited or raised needed repair in spirit as well as numbers. Roman soldiers had already seen commanders defeated by men they had been taught to despise. Such defeats could unsettle confidence deeply. A soldier's courage rests partly on trust in officers, comrades, equipment, formations, and the belief that the enemy can be understood. Spartacus had damaged that trust by refusing to behave like an inferior foe. Crassus therefore faced not only an armed rebel host, but also a Roman army whose assumptions had been made brittle. Roman discipline was a practical language before it was a moral one. Camps had to be laid out, watches kept, equipment maintained, orders obeyed, ranks held, scouts sent, and fear contained. The legion was powerful because men did not merely fight as individuals. They stood within a system of command that reduced panic and turned many bodies into one instrument. When that system weakened, Rome's advantages declined. Crassus understood that the first enemy to confront was disorder within his own forces. The most famous sign of his severity was decimation, an old punishment in which a unit guilty of cowardice or failure could be punished by the execution of 1 man in 10, chosen by lot. The practice was harsh even by Roman standards, and was not used casually. Its purpose was terror, shame, and the restoration of obedience through fear. Crassus is said to have revived or employed it after part of his army failed under pressure. The details vary in the sources, but the meaning of the act is clear enough. He wanted his soldiers to fear disgrace before Spartacus as much as they feared Spartacus himself. This moment should be held with restraint. Decimation was not a battlefield in itself, but a ritual of military punishment. Men were divided, counted, selected, and made examples before their comrades. The suffering was real, but the historian's task here is not to linger on it. The important point is that Crassus turned Roman violence inward to make the army usable again. He reminded his troops that Roman discipline could be more immediate and certain than the danger ahead. A commander who did this was sending a message to the living, not the dead. The effect was not merely fear, it also marked a change in seriousness. Earlier commanders had approached the revolt as something that should be solved without reshaping Roman military habits around it. Crassus treated the war as a campaign requiring command, punishment, planning, and endurance. He did not need to respect the rebels socially in order to respect the danger they posed. This was part of his strength. He could hate the humiliation and still learn from it. Spartacus, meanwhile, remained in motion. His army had not become easier to defeat simply because Rome appointed a harsher commander. It still carried numbers, experience, local knowledge, and the confidence earned through survival. The rebels had learned to use terrain, avoid unfavorable battle, gather supplies, and strike Roman forces when opportunity opened. Crassus had to meet an enemy shaped by years of flight and victory. He was not taking command at the beginning of the story, but after Spartacus had already taught Rome several costly lessons. The contrast between the two men is tempting, though it should not be made too neatly. Crassus was a Roman aristocrat, rich, legal, ambitious, surrounded by institutions that recognized his authority. Spartacus was enslaved, foreign in Roman eyes, and known to history through the writings of those who belonged to the world fighting him. Yet both men understood discipline and opportunity. Both operated under pressure from followers. Both knew that victory in this war depended as much on movement, morale, and supplies as on courage in a single clash. Crassus' political position also shaped his military urgency. Pompey, already famous from other campaigns, remained a great rival in the public imagination. Roman politics rewarded men who could attach their names to victories. Crassus needed distinction, and the Spartacus War, however uncomfortable, offered it. If he acted too slowly, others might arrive to share or steal the credit. If he failed, his severity would look like cruelty without success. The command therefore pressed on his ambition from both sides. He raised and organized forces with the resources of a man who could move quickly in Roman society. Legions required recruitment, officers, equipment, provisions, and money. Even when the state provided the official frame, influence mattered. Men had to be called, supplied, placed under command, and made ready for campaigning. A Roman soldier needed shield, sword, javelins, helmet if available, cloak, pack, rations, cooking gear, and the habits of camp. Crassus' wealth did not replace the Republic's military structure, but it strengthened his capacity to support it. Against Spartacus, he also needed patience. The desire to erase embarrassment could tempt a commander into reckless battle. Earlier Roman failures had shown the danger of underestimating the rebels or moving poorly against them. Crassus appears to have chosen pressure, containment, and discipline rather than a simple rush toward glory. He would seek to narrow Spartacus's options, make movement harder, and force the rebels into positions where Roman order could matter again. This was not the strategy of a man treating the revolt as a mere chase. The Roman camp under Crassus would have become a place of renewed strictness. Watches would be checked, marching order would matter, scouts would be expected to report clearly. Men who strayed, hesitated, or failed in duty could expect punishment. Supplies had to be guarded, because a rebel army that lived partly by seizure could turn Roman carelessness into strength. The routines of camp life, digging ditches, setting palisades, arranging tents, posting sentries, were not minor details. They were the daily structure through which Roman confidence returned. For the rebels, the arrival of Crassus changed the weather of the war. They had beaten officials who underestimated them. They had gained from Roman mistakes. Now they faced a commander who understood that failure against them had become intolerable. The space for improvisation remained, but it narrowed. A more disciplined Roman force could follow more steadily, block more effectively, and recover from setbacks with greater cohesion. Spartacus's army still possessed strength, but its earlier advantage of being dismissed was fading. The people within the rebel camp may not have known Crassus' full political story, but they would have felt the change through Roman behavior. The pursuit would become harder, detachments would be less careless, camps would be better guarded, punishment among Roman troops might make them more reluctant to break. Scouts returning to Spartacus could report tighter formations, larger forces, and a commander unwilling to let shame repeat itself. In war, reputation travels before the man himself has been seen. Crassus also understood that a slave revolt could not be allowed to enjoy time. Time fed Spartacus with recruits, provisions, legend, and Roman anxiety. The longer the army of the Unfree remained in the field, the more it proved that Roman mastery was not as natural as Romans believed. A rapid, disciplined campaign would deny the rebels the open-ended movement on which they had thrived. This did not mean Crassus could defeat them instantly. It meant that his war would be directed toward compression. The Senate's decision to entrust him with serious command revealed how far the crisis had traveled from Capua. A gladiator school had become a campaign of state. A group of fugitives had drawn legions. A revolt that respectable men may first have considered beneath them now offered one of Rome's richest and most ambitious aristocrats a path toward military reputation. The hierarchy had not been overturned, but it had been forced to exert itself in ways that admitted danger. Spartacus and Crassus now stood as the two centers of the conflict, though not as equal figures in Roman society. One commanded through official authority, wealth, law, and the Senate's need. The other commanded through survival, victory, and the trust of people outside Roman protection. Between them lay the roads of southern Italy, the exhausted estates, the frightened towns, the marching camps, and the unresolved question of whether movement could still save the rebel army before Roman discipline closed around it. The command of Crassus did not end the revolt at once. It altered the terms under which the revolt would continue. From this point onward, Spartacus was no longer fighting a republic slow to understand him. He was facing a commander whose ambition sharpened his attention and whose severity gave his soldiers little room to fail. The war had entered a narrower passage. The same Italy that had opened before the rebels would soon begin to close. Chapter 12. Walls across the toe of Italy. The war now began to narrow toward the far south of Italy, where land, sea, and Roman pressure pressed closer together. Spartacus had moved across wide country before, using roads, estates, mountains, rumor, and speed. Crassus understood that such movement was the revolt's life. To defeat the rebel army, he had to do more than follow it from district to district. He had to make space itself less generous. In the south, where the Italian peninsula bent towards Sicily and the sea drew near on both sides, geography offered a commander the chance to turn pursuit into confinement. The region was not empty borderland. Southern Italy contained old Greek cities, rural estates, rough uplands, coastal routes, pastures, small communities, and memories of many earlier powers. Lucania and Bruttium, the broad southern zones through which the war now passed, were not as close to Rome's political center as Campania or Latium, but they mattered deeply. Roads still carried messages and soldiers. Estates still supplied wealth. Coastal points still opened towards Sicily. For Spartacus, the south offered the hope of passage or continued maneuver. For Crassus, it offered a place to limit the choices of a moving enemy. Ancient accounts describe Crassus attempting to trap Spartacus by building a line of fortification across a narrow part of the southern peninsula. The exact details are debated, as often happens with ancient military narratives, but the tradition is clear in its meaning. Crassus sought to use Roman engineering to do what repeated pursuit had not done. He would turn ditch, rampart, timber, earth, and disciplined labor into a weapon. The rebels had lived by movement. The Roman answer was to make movement costly. A Roman army was not only a body of men who fought in battle, it was also a working force. Soldiers dug camps, raised ramparts, cut timber, drove stakes, filled baskets, hauled earth, measured lines, and made temporary order in hostile landscapes. The same hands that held shields could build walls. This habit gave Rome an advantage against enemies who depended on speed or loose occupation of ground. Fortification was not a pause in war. It was war in another form. Crassus' line, as the ancient tradition gives it, stretched for many miles across the toe of Italy, with ditch and wall meant to confine the rebels. A ditch required more than a command. Men had to mark the route, break ground, loosen soil, carry it away, shape the bank, cut wood, place stakes, and maintain watch while the work continued. The labor would have been repetitive and heavy. Tools struck earth, baskets filled and emptied. Officers kept the line moving. Guards watched for sudden attack. Day after day, the Roman army made the landscape less open. Such work also disciplined the soldiers who performed it. A man digging under orders has little time to drift into fear or complaint. The army becomes useful even before the enemy is defeated. Crassus could restore confidence by giving his troops a task that expressed control. Each length of ditch said that Rome had stopped merely reacting. Each raised section of rampart made the rebel army's world smaller. Military engineering turned Roman patience into a visible fact. For Spartacus, the fortifications created a different kind of danger from open battle. A wall can be attacked, but it does not tire in the way a marching army tires. A ditch remains after the men who dug it have gone to sleep. Guards can rotate. Supplies can be concentrated behind controlled points. If the rebels were confined in a region already strained by their numbers, hunger would begin to work for Crassus. The problem was no longer simply whether Spartacus could defeat a Roman force in the field. It was whether he could keep his army alive while options narrowed. The rebel camp under such pressure must have felt the change in ordinary things first. Food became harder to gather. Foraging parties had to travel farther or risk Roman patrols. Animals consumed grazing ground. Stored grain emptied. Tools wore down. The sick and wounded became heavier burdens when movement slowed. Men could endure danger more easily than slow scarcity, because scarcity enters every meal, every watch, every argument over distribution. A trapped army begins to hear the war in the sound of rationing. The sea nearby offered hope and frustration together. Sicily lay across the water, close enough to imagine, too far to reach without vessels. The island's earlier slave wars made it more than a place on the horizon. It was a memory of revolt, large estates, rural exploitation, and Roman anxiety. If Spartacus could carry his force there, the war might open into a new phase, one that threatened Rome's grain supply and stirred old fears. Yet the sea obeyed neither courage nor numbers. It required ships, sailors, timing, and trust. Crassus' wall, therefore, did not simply block land. It increased the importance of the coast. If the rebels could not break northward easily, passage by sea became more tempting. If sea passage failed, the wall would feel more final. Geography became a set of closing doors. To the north stood Roman works. To the south and west lay water. Behind the rebels was a region that could feed them only for a time. Ahead lay decisions that had to be made before hunger made them badly. A small miniature may rest on the Roman works themselves. At one section of the line, soldiers measure a stretch of ground not because it is beautiful or famous, but because it must be controlled. A ditch must be deep enough to slow a rush. A bank must be high enough to protect the men behind it. Stakes must be angled, carried, sharpened, placed. A centurion checks the spacing. A tired soldier adjusts his grip on a mattock. The war, for that hour, is not the clash of famous names. It is earth moved by hand until a commander's idea becomes a barrier. The rebels would have watched such work with their own calculations. A half-built line might be vulnerable. A completed line might require a night attack, deception, or a concentrated rush. Scouts had to judge where the guards were thin, where the ground was soft, where the ditch was incomplete, where the Romans seemed tired. Spartacus had often survived by noticing what Roman commanders overlooked. Now he faced a commander trying to remove the advantage of improvisation by shaping the ground itself. Crassus' strategy also placed pressure on time. The longer the line held, the more the rebels' supplies declined. The longer the rebels delayed, the more Roman reinforcements and political complications could gather. Pompey was returning from Spain after suppressing the Sertorian resistance, and Lucullus was also active in the wider Roman world. Crassus had reason to want the war finished before another famous commander arrived and took part of the credit. His wall was therefore not only military containment, it was an attempt to close the campaign before politics reopened it. Spartacus still possessed initiative, though it was harder to use. A trapped commander can become more dangerous because the cost of caution rises. Ancient narratives suggest that he eventually broke through or escaped the confinement, taking advantage of difficult conditions and Roman limits. The exact circumstances are not preserved with a modern commander's clarity. What matters is that Crassus' wall, formidable as it was, did not end the revolt by itself. Earthworks could narrow movement, but they could not remove the intelligence and desperation of the men inside them. The weather and season may have mattered, as they often did in ancient campaigning. Rain could soften earthworks, fill ditches, slow movement, and make camp life miserable. Cold could weaken men without enough clothing or shelter. Mud could delay wagons and animals. Dry conditions could make water more urgent. Ancient writers often pass quickly over such details, but armies lived inside them. A cloak, a fire, a dry place to sleep, or a measure of grain could shape morale as surely as a speech. A large rebel host under confinement would also strain its own internal bonds. If some wanted to risk a breakout and others wanted to wait for ships, disagreement could sharpen. If food ran short, leaders had to decide who received what. Fighters might be fed before non-combatants, creating resentment. Captured goods could become objects of dispute. Men who had joined during victories might question command during scarcity. Spartacus's authority, built on survival and success, now had to endure the quieter test of frustration. Roman soldiers, watching from the line, may have seen little of the inner strain, but understood its signs. Fewer foraging parties, more attempts to probe weak points, movements at odd hours, smoke from camps shifting as supplies changed, the number of animals visible near the rebels. War teaches armies to read small evidence. Crassus did not need to know every argument in the enemy camp. He needed only to keep pressure steady enough that the arguments would grow. The fortification also reversed the symbolism of the revolt. Earlier, the men from Capua had broken walls and gates, moved into open country, and made Rome chase them. Now Rome was trying to build a boundary around them, the Republic, which had gathered slaves from many lands and carried them inward, now sought to keep their armed movement from spreading further. The wall across the south was a physical statement of mastery. Rome would decide where the Unfree could move. Spartacus's task was to prove that this statement too could be broken. The effort to contain him should not be mistaken for Roman fear alone. It also showed Roman competence returning. Crassus was learning the war properly. He recognized the value of denying space, of forcing hunger to serve strategy, and of using labor where battle had been uncertain. The same republic that had first underestimated the escapees now answered with engineering, discipline, and command. In that change lay the danger for Spartacus. Rome was no longer merely offended, it was adapting. Still, a wall is never absolute unless men behind it remain alert and men before it lose hope. Spartacus's army had been formed by people who had already crossed forbidden boundaries, household doors, estate limits, school gates, social categories, and military expectations. A ditch and rampart across the south were formidable, but they were also another boundary made by Roman hands. To remain alive, the rebels had to find the unfinished place, the weak watch, the bad night, the moment when hunger had not yet overcome courage. The southern campaign thus brought the war into a severe and practical shape. The wide roads of Italy had narrowed to earthworks, sea lanes, shrinking supplies, and urgent choices. Crassus had turned Roman discipline into a line across the land. Spartacus, pressed by walls and water, still had to keep together the army of the Unfree and search for an opening large enough to carry them through. The revolt had begun with kitchen knives in Capua. Now it faced the full weight of Roman labor, measured in miles of ditch and rampart across the toe of Italy. Chapter 13. The Broken Passage to Sicily. Sicily stood close enough to tempt Spartacus, and far enough to become a trap of another kind. From the far south of Italy, the island was not an idea from a distant map. It lay across a visible body of water, bound to the mainland by roots of trade, memory, and Roman administration. Ships passed through those seas. Merchants knew the harbors. Grain moved from the island toward Rome. For a rebel army pressed by Crassus, Sicily offered more than escape. It offered a place where Rome had already learned to fear slave war. The memory mattered because Sicily had been shaken twice by great uprisings of enslaved people during the previous century. Those wars had not belonged to Spartacus, and the island had changed since then, but Roman fear often lived by precedent. Large estates, rural labor, harsh command, and a grain economy dependent on coerced workers gave the island a particular weight. If Spartacus could cross with even part of his army, he might find new recruits, new supplies, and a landscape where the idea of slave revolt was not entirely new. Sicily could turn a narrowing campaign in Italy into a wider crisis. Yet water changed everything. Armies that can seize grain, animals, wagons, shields, and country roads still cannot walk across a strait. A ship is a different kind of gate. It belongs to sailors, owners, pilots, weather, harbors, and agreements that must be trusted before they are tested. Spartacus had forced roads and mountains to serve him, but the sea could not be made useful by courage alone. The channel between Italy and Sicily was narrow in comparison with the open Mediterranean, but for thousands of people without vessels, it was a wall. Ancient accounts connect Spartacus's hopes for crossing with Cilician pirates, or with seaborne men of that rough eastern world whom Rome struggled to control. The late Republic had allowed piracy to grow into a major Mediterranean problem. Pirates raided coasts, captured people, interfered with trade, and sometimes dealt in the same human traffic that fed slavery itself. Their ships gave them value to anyone who needed movement across water and lacked lawful means. To Spartacus, they may have appeared as a temporary solution to a hard problem. To them, he may have appeared as a dangerous customer with money and urgency. The arrangement, as the tradition tells it, was made and paid for, but not honored. The pirates accepted what was given and did not carry the rebel army to Sicily, whether they were frightened by Roman pressure, tempted by easier profit, unwilling to risk ships on such a large transfer, or simply treacherous in the ordinary way of men living beyond reliable law. The result was the same. Spartacus waited for passage that did not come. The sea remained closed. This failed bargain is one of the quiet cruelties of the campaign. The rebels had broken out of a school, defeated Roman forces, moved through Italy, survived pursuit, and pressed toward a strategic crossing. After all that, their future depended for a time on sailors whose loyalty could not be compelled. Payment could be made, but trust could not be enforced from the shore. A commander can threaten a town he surrounds, or a Roman detachment he catches. He cannot easily threaten ships that sail away. The coast itself becomes an important place in the story. It was not a single dramatic cliff, but a working edge of land and water, coves, beaches, harbors, fishing boats, coastal tracks, watch points, salt air, storage sheds, ropes, anchors, cargo, and local men who knew currents better than any inland fighter. An army waiting near such a coast would have to guard itself on land while watching the sea. Every sail could raise hope or suspicion. Every delay consumed food. Every rumor about Roman movement mattered more because the army could not simply dissolve into the waves. A small miniature may rest on the waiting. Supplies gathered for a crossing have to be kept ready. Men assigned to the first boats must be chosen. Animals, if any, are to be moved, create new difficulty. Weapons must stay close, yet cargo must be arranged. Leaders listen for reports from the shore and from scouts inland. Somewhere nearby, stores of grain are opened more carefully because no one knows whether the army will eat them in Italy or carry them to Sicily. The plan is large, but it depends on small objects: ropes, vessels, sacks, oars, signals, and the word of men who have not arrived. The scale of Spartacus's force made the problem harder. Transporting a small band across the Strait of Messina could be imagined with a handful of vessels and luck. Moving a huge army with fighters, camp followers, wounded people, animals, weapons, and supplies required repeated crossings or a fleet large enough to attract attention. Each trip would leave part of the force exposed on one shore and part on the other. A commander attempting such a passage had to fear separation almost as much as interception. Water divides before it saves. Crassus understood that the failed crossing worked in his favor. The rebel army had been drawn toward a coastal expectation it could not fulfill. If Spartacus had hoped to open the war into Sicily, the failure returned him to the hard facts of southern Italy: Roman pressure behind him, sea before him, supplies under strain, and followers who needed direction. A disappointed army is more difficult to command than one still moving toward hope. The breaking of a plan can weigh on morale even before battle resumes. The pirate's betrayal, if that is the right word for men who may never have intended loyalty, also shows the limits of rebel diplomacy. Spartacus had no recognized state, no treaty power, no port of his own, no naval command, and no legal standing that could bind another party. He could bargain, pay, threaten perhaps, and hope. That was all. Rome's enemies sometimes made alliances, exchanged envoys, and negotiated in forms that later historians could record. Spartacus moved in a world where his agreements could vanish with the ships that carried them. Sicily's nearness may have deepened frustration among the rebels. To men who had endured the long road south, the island could seem almost within reach. The knowledge that others had revolted there before may have given the crossing a sense of historical promise. Yet a visible shore can be more painful than a distant dream. It measures the distance exactly. The rebels did not need to imagine a far homeland beyond many unknown regions. They could look toward a place that might have changed everything and still find themselves unable to reach it. Some attempted improvisations may have followed. Ancient traditions mention efforts to construct rafts or use makeshift means, though such accounts must be handled cautiously. The idea itself is plausible in desperation. Men with timber, barrels, ropes, hides, or seized boats might try to create passage where ships failed them, but the sea is severe with improvised hopes. Currents, wind, weight, and disorder can ruin what looks possible from shore. Moving a few men on rough craft is one matter. Carrying an army is another. The Roman side would have watched the coast with equal attention. Crassus could not allow Spartacus to cross if there was any chance of preventing it. Patrols, intelligence from coastal communities, pressure on sailors, and control of nearby routes all mattered. Roman authority at sea was imperfect in this period, but its presence near Italy could still shape choices. A pirate captain, hearing of Roman forces nearby or fearing later punishment, might decide that gold already received was safer than service still owed. The failure of the Sicily plan narrowed the revolt's future. Before it, the army could still imagine a new theater, fresh recruits, and a strategic shift that might escape Crassus' tightening pressure. After it, the campaign remained on the mainland where Roman forces could continue to gather. This did not mean immediate defeat. Spartacus had escaped from tight places before, and he still commanded a formidable force. But the road of possibilities had lost one of its largest openings. Inside the rebel camp, explanations would have mattered. Leaders had to tell fighters why ships had not come, why food was still being rationed, why the army remained in the south, and what would happen next. Anger could turn outward toward the pirates, inward toward commanders, or downward toward the weakest in the camp. A successful leader absorbs disappointment and turns it into movement before it becomes decay. Spartacus had to do that while Crassus pressed and while the sea, indifferent to all grievance, remained uncrossed. The episode also reveals the strange dependence of slave war on people outside slavery. The rebels could seize from masters, defeat Roman units, and recruit from the enslaved countryside, but a crossing required maritime skill held by others. Sailors were not automatically allies because they lived outside respectable order. Pirates traded in advantage, not in solidarity. The oppressed do not always find friends among the lawless. Sometimes they find another market, another calculation, and another door closed. For Rome, the failed passage prevented a dangerous echo of the Sicilian past. Had Spartacus reached the island, the memory of earlier uprisings might have become active rather than historical. Even a limited crossing could have forced new deployments and shaken confidence in the grain supply. Crassus' campaign might have lengthened beyond Italy with uncertain credit and greater risk. The pirates' failure to carry the rebels spared Rome a wider complication, though Rome could hardly have trusted such luck as policy. The coastline after the betrayal must have changed character for the rebels. Before, it had been a threshold. After, it was a boundary. The same water that promised enlargement now confined them more sharply. Men who had looked toward Sicily had to turn their eyes back inland, toward Roman works, Roman camps, and roads already strained by war. The army had to re-enter movement without the sustaining belief that ships would solve what land could not. Spartacus's choices after this moment became harsher. He could not wait indefinitely. He could not feed his followers forever in a narrowing region. He could not count on the pirates. He could not let Crassus decide the hour and shape of every engagement. The broken passage forced him toward renewed action, whether by breakout, maneuver, or battle. The revolt still had strength, but strength now had fewer directions in which to spend itself. In this way, the failed crossing to Sicily stands as one of the great hinge points of the war. It did not defeat Spartacus by the sword, but it closed a path that might have changed the scale of the conflict. The sea remained calm or rough according to its own nature. The pirates kept or broke faith according to their profit, and the rebel army found itself still on Italian soil. After Capua, Vesuvius, the long roads, the northern hope, and the southern wall, Spartacus now faced the hardest condition of all. An army still alive, still dangerous, but with the world around it growing smaller. Chapter 14. The Last Battle of Spartacus. After the failed hope of Sicily, the revolt moved toward its final military shape. Spartacus still had an army, and that army still had strength, but the campaign no longer opened outward as it once had. The north had not carried them beyond Italy. The sea had not carried them to Sicily. Crassus had made the south more difficult to live in, and Roman forces had learned to follow with greater discipline. The war that began in a school at Capua now approached the condition every moving revolt fears most, the moment when movement itself becomes harder than battle. The final phase did not unfold as one clean march from disappointment to defeat. Spartacus continued to maneuver, and ancient accounts preserve episodes of breakout, pursuit, and renewed fighting after the confinement in the south. He was not a spent figure simply waiting for the Roman sword. Even late in the war, he could use opportunity and pressure to keep the campaign alive. Crassus, for his part, had to prevent escape, avoid another embarrassment, and finish the war before other Roman commanders could arrive to share the glory. Pompey's return from Spain hung over the campaign like a political shadow. He had completed his war against the followers of Sertorius and was coming back toward Italy with a reputation already larger than Crassus could comfortably ignore. Lucullus, too, belonged to the wider world of Roman command, and his movements mattered to the timing of the war. Crassus did not merely need Spartacus defeated, he needed him defeated in a way that made the victory unmistakably his. Roman ambition pressed against Roman strategy, and the rebels lived inside that pressure. Spartacus understood time in another form. Every delay gave Rome more ways to close around him. Every failed arrangement or divided movement reduced the paths available to his army. Yet a sudden battle against Crassus' disciplined forces could destroy everything. The last decisions of the revolt were made under this burden. To move was dangerous, to wait was dangerous, to divide was dangerous, and to fight was dangerous. Such a situation does not leave a commander with a good road. It leaves him searching for the least ruinous one. The rebel army had also changed since its first expansion. Some followers had died in battles or skirmishes. Others may have deserted, been captured, become separated, or lost heart as the war narrowed. Supplies had been consumed and replaced, and consumed again. Weapons had been taken, broken, repaired, lost, and redistributed. The army that approached the final battle carried the whole history of the revolt on its body. Gladiatorial training, captured Roman arms, estate tools, road dust, hunger, exhaustion, and the memory of victories that could not be repeated forever. There were divisions among the rebels in these late movements, as there had been earlier. Some groups separated or acted apart, and Roman commanders could exploit such breaks. A large army under pressure does not always remain one body. It can fragment by hunger, disagreement, confidence, panic, or the practical need to forage. Crassus' disciplined pressure made those fractures more dangerous. What might once have been flexible movement could become isolation. The final battle is preserved by ancient writers with strong outlines and memorable details, though not with the precision of a modern military report. Spartacus's army faced Crassus in southern Italy in 71 BCE. The rebels were fighting not for a city, not for a throne, and not for a treaty table, but for the survival of a movement that had run out of easy exits. The Romans, restored under hard discipline, came to end a humiliation that had lasted far too long. Between them lay not simply opposing armies, but opposing meanings of order. Before the battle, Spartacus is said in one tradition to have killed his horse, declaring in effect that if he won he would have many horses, and if he lost he would not need one. Whether the exact gesture occurred as told cannot be proven, but ancient writers preserved it because it captured the point of no return. A horse marks status, mobility, and escape. To remove it from himself was to stand with the men who could not ride away. The story may be shaped by literary memory, but it rests on a truth about the final day. The time for flight had largely passed. The battlefield itself is not recoverable in all its detail. It belonged to the southern campaign, to ground where Roman order could finally force or receive battle under more favorable conditions. The armies would have faced one another through dust, shouting, signals, and the physical labor of forming lines. Roman soldiers carried the habits Crassus had beaten back into them: ranks, standards, shields, orders, and the knowledge that retreat before these rebels would not be treated lightly. Spartacus's men carried a different discipline, born from years of survival outside the law. The Roman advantage lay in cohesion. A legion could absorb fear through formation. The shield beside a soldier's shield, the officer's voice, the standard's place, and the repeated training of advance and recovery all mattered. Crassus had restored the army as an instrument. Spartacus's advantage lay in urgency, experience, and the fierce knowledge that defeat meant little mercy. His followers had beaten Romans before, but now they faced a force led by a commander who had learned to respect the danger without relaxing his contempt for their status. A battle of this kind would not have been one motion. There would have been advances, breaks, local collapses, efforts to rally, pressure on flanks, confusion around dust and noise, and men losing sight of the wider field while struggling in the small space before them. Ancient battle was experienced at arm's reach by many who never saw the commander they served. A man knew the rim of a shield, the weight of his weapon, the press of bodies, the sound of command, and the sudden opening or closing of the line near him. The fate of the revolt passed through thousands of such narrow moments. Spartacus is said to have fought with great courage and to have tried to reach Crassus himself. This detail, too, carries the weight of later memory, but it is consistent with the impression ancient writers give of his final conduct. He did not disappear from command before the end. He fought near the center of the collapse, pressing toward the Roman commander or the place where he believed the decision might be forced. If he could break the enemy's leadership even late in the field, perhaps the impossible might still open. The attempt did not succeed. Roman order held strongly enough, and the rebel army began to fail under the pressure. Once a large irregular force starts to break against disciplined troops, defeat can spread quickly. Men who have no secure camp, no recognized status, and no expectation of ransom understand what collapse means. Some continue fighting because there is nowhere to go. Others flee because the body seeks life even when the road is closing. The movement that had survived by mobility now found mobility turning into rout. Spartacus died in the fighting according to the ancient tradition, but his body was not found. That absence has its own quiet power. Roman commanders often valued visible proof: a captured enemy, a head, a corpse, a display, a name attached to a body. Spartacus denied them even that certainty, not by design as far as anyone can know, but by the confusion of battle. The man whose voice is not preserved by history also left no identified remains for Roman triumph. He entered memory without a tomb. The loss of his body should not be turned into mystery beyond what the evidence allows. Many bodies on ancient battlefields were never recognized, especially when fighting was close, casualties numerous, and the dead stripped or disturbed after combat. A commander without the marks of Roman rank could be hard to identify if those who knew him were also dead or fleeing. The practical explanation is enough, yet the result still shaped the afterlife of the story. Rome defeated Spartacus, but it did not possess him in the final, visible way it might have desired. The rebels who survived the battle did not all vanish at once. Some fled in groups, some were captured, some encountered Pompey's forces as they tried to escape northward, allowing Pompey to claim that he had finished the remnants of the war. This claim mattered politically, even if Crassus had won the central victory. Roman military reputation did not always follow strict fairness. The man who killed the last fugitives could speak as though he had completed the work of the man who broke the army. Crassus had achieved what he needed militarily, though not without complication. He had taken a disgraced command and restored Roman control. He had defeated the army that others had failed to contain. Yet the presence of Pompey in the final aftermath diluted the purity of the achievement. Crassus would receive recognition, but not the grand triumph that a foreign war might have brought. A victory over slaves was necessary, but awkward. Rome wanted the war ended. It did not want to honor the enemy too much by celebrating the victory too highly. For the people who had followed Spartacus, the final battle ended different hopes at once. It ended the hope of crossing the Alps, the hope of Sicily, the hope of living by movement inside Italy, and the hope that Roman forces could always be outmaneuvered. Some may have fought with clear purpose to the end. Others may have reached that field through hunger, pressure, and the collapse of alternatives. A slave revolt gathers many kinds of longing, but defeat makes little distinction among them. The final battle also restored Roman confidence in a severe form. The Republic could tell itself that order had been repaired, the armies had won, the rebels had been crushed, roads could be cleared, estates reclaimed, owners reassured, and the hierarchy made visible again. Yet repair did not erase the memory of fear. For years, men classed as property had forced Rome to send commanders, raise forces, build fortifications, and endure humiliation. That fact remained inside the victory. Spartacus's death closed the military center of the revolt, but it did not close the meaning of what had happened. He had begun as a gladiator in a Capuan school, one man among others owned for spectacle. He ended as the commander of a war that made the Roman Senate learn caution and made a great aristocrat's career bend around him. The transformation was not legend alone. It had occurred on roads, mountains, farms, coasts, and battlefields across Italy. Rome killed the man, but it could not make the path he had traveled seem small. When the field quieted, the practical work of victory remained. Roman soldiers gathered prisoners, counted losses, secured arms, and pursued fugitives. Crassus had to convert battle into settlement. Orders had to pass through officers. Captured rebels had to be guarded. The dead had to be left, buried, stripped, or ignored according to the harsh customs of war. No surviving account pauses over each of these acts, but every army after battle must do them. The end of fighting is not yet the end of war's labor. The last battle of Spartacus therefore rests between clarity and silence. Clear is the outcome. Crassus defeated the rebel army, Spartacus died, and the revolt as a military force was broken. Silent are the words spoken among the rebels before the battle, the exact thoughts of Spartacus, the names of most who fought beside him, and the place where his body finally lay. History preserves enough to know that Rome won. It also preserves enough to know that the victory had not been easy, and that the man it defeated had carried the revolt farther than Rome ever expected from a slave. Chapter 15, 6,000 Crosses and a Name That Would Not Rest. The defeat of Spartacus did not end with the silence of the battlefield. Roman victory still had to be made visible, carried into memory, and pressed into the bodies of those who survived. Crassus had broken the rebel army, but a slave war, in Roman eyes, required more than military success. It required an answer that could be seen by masters, travelers, soldiers, merchants, and enslaved people along the roads of Italy. The Republic wanted not only to win, but to restore the appearance of a world in which command flowed downward and rebellion led nowhere. The most remembered punishment came along the Appian Way, the great road running between Rome and Capua. Ancient tradition says that about 6,000 captured rebels were crucified along that road after the revolt's defeat. The number may come to us through the moral and political shape of Roman memory, yet it has remained inseparable from the story. The road itself mattered. Capua was where the escape had begun. Rome was the seat of the order that had been challenged. Between the two, punishment became a long public message. Crucifixion was not only execution, it was display, shame, warning, and control. Rome used it especially against slaves, rebels, pirates, and those placed outside the protections of honorable death. It was meant to degrade as well as kill, to make the condemned body part of public instruction. In the aftermath of Spartacus's revolt, the punishment told every passerby that the road had been reclaimed. The route that had connected Roman towns, armies, markets, and estates now carried the Republic's answer to those who had tried to break from bondage. The Appian Way had long been one of Rome's proud works. Built from the late 4th century BCE onward, it linked Rome to the south and became a stone expression of Roman movement. Armies marched on it, officials traveled it, goods moved along it in carts and on animals. Milestones, paving stones, tombs, inns, and settlements gave the road a life beyond military use. To line such a road with the bodies of defeated rebels was to turn infrastructure into theater of authority, though the word theater should not soften the severity of what was done. A traveler moving along that road after the punishment would not have needed a speech from a magistrate to understand the message. The state had placed its warning at intervals through distance itself. Each cross marked not only one life, but a claim that Rome could stretch punishment across the landscape as easily as it stretched roads. Merchants, farmers, soldiers, freedmen, citizens, and enslaved attendants could pass beneath the same lesson. The revolt had moved through Italy. Now Rome made its suppression move through public sight. The number 6,000 carries a weight that can make the individuals vanish. Those captured men had come from many places and lives. Some had escaped the school at Capua. Many more had joined from estates, farms, households, herding grounds, and workshops along the way. Some had fought in the final battle. Others may have been caught afterward, tired, hungry, wounded, or separated from the main body. Roman punishment did not preserve their names. It preserved their category. The absence of names is one of the deep silences of the revolt. Spartacus, Crixus, Oenomaus, Crassus, Pompey, Glaber, Verinius, and Batiatus survive because they belong to points of command, ownership, or Roman explanation. The thousands who joined carried food, scouted paths, held rough weapons, guarded animals, tended wounds, or simply tried to remain free are mostly lost. Their lives entered the record as numbers. History often keeps the architecture of power more carefully than the breath of those who resisted it. Crassus had reason to make the punishment unmistakable. His command had restored order, but the revolt had humiliated Rome for too long. Severity answered that humiliation. It reassured owners, warned enslaved populations, and declared that even a revolt able to defeat Roman forces would end under Roman law and Roman arms. Crassus' victory was not gentle because the system he defended was not gentle. The Republic had been frightened, and frightened powers often teach through spectacle. Yet the political reward for Crassus was complicated. He had defeated the main rebel army and carried the hard burden of the campaign. Pompey, returning from Spain, intercepted fugitives and claimed in a letter or public boast that although Crassus had beaten the slaves in battle, he had pulled up the war by its roots. The phrase, as preserved in tradition, carries the tone of Roman rivalry. Victory in the late Republic was never only victory. It was reputation, office, precedence, and the right to shape the story afterward. Pompey's claim irritated the balance of credit. He had not endured the whole campaign against Spartacus. He had not restored discipline through the harsh measures Crassus used, nor built the southern pressure that broke the revolt's options. But Roman public life rewarded the man who could appear at the decisive end. A few thousand fugitives destroyed by Pompey's troops gave him a way to attach his name to the conclusion. Crassus had won the war's center. Pompey reached for the final line. The two men would soon stand together in politics, uneasy partners as much as rivals. Both became consuls in 70 BCE after the war, and both used military reputation to strengthen public position. Crassus had wealth and the victory over Spartacus. Pompey had broader fame and the aura of repeated success. The slave war thus entered the currents of late Republican ambition. A revolt born among the enslaved helped shape the competition of men who belonged to Rome's highest class. For Rome's governing order, the material repairs also had to begin. Estates damaged by the revolt counted losses. Owners sought surviving property, compensation where possible, or new purchases where labor had fled or died. Local communities restored roads, stores, and routines. Villes that had been frightened by the rebel passage returned, as much as they could, to production. The grain still had to be harvested, animals tended, vines pruned, accounts kept, and households served. Rome's system survived because it could absorb violence and resume administration. The survival of that system should not be mistaken for innocence restored. The revolt had shown what lay beneath the calm surface of ownership. It had revealed, not through argument but through movement, that the Roman countryside depended on many people who had no legal stake in its order. The Republic could punish the revolt, but it could not unknow the conditions that had made it possible. It could only tighten discipline, remember fear, and continue using the labor on which its wealth depended. No great reform of slavery followed Spartacus's defeat. Rome did not look upon the Appian Way and decide that the institution itself had become intolerable. It treated the revolt as danger, not as indictment. Owners remained owners, markets continued, estates worked, gladiator schools did not disappear. The Republic had learned to fear the concentration of armed slaves under able leadership, but fear did not turn into abolition. Ancient societies could be deeply shaken by revolt and still preserve the structures that produced it. Spartacus himself remained strangely beyond Roman possession. His body had not been identified after the final battle. There was no captured leader dragged in chains before the people, no execution scene in the Forum, no trophy that could reduce him entirely to defeated property. Roman writers could describe him, judge him, admire his courage in limited ways, and place him within their moral universe. They could not display his remains. That absence helped the name outlive the body. The ancient memory of Spartacus was not the same as modern admiration. Roman and Greek writers often treated slave revolt with fear and hostility, even when they acknowledged his ability. To them, the proper order had been violently disturbed. Yet some could not deny that he had shown intelligence, courage, and command. Plutarch, Appian, and others preserved a figure larger than the social category Rome had assigned him. The record did not give Spartacus his own words, but it could not make him foolish. Across later centuries, his name traveled far beyond the Roman context that produced it. Different ages remade him according to their needs: rebel, liberator, warning, revolutionary symbol, tragic commander, enemy of oppression, or figure of impossible courage. These later uses belong to worlds very different from the late Roman Republic, and they should not be folded back uncritically into the ancient man. Still, the endurance of the name is part of the history. Rome tried to make the revolt a lesson in obedience. Memory made it something less obedient. The irony is quiet but strong. Most people who followed Spartacus disappeared from the record almost entirely, and Spartacus himself survives through writers of the world that defeated him. His story comes filtered through Roman anxiety, aristocratic politics, moral interpretation, and the habits of historians who wrote after the events. Yet enough remains to see why the name held. A man enslaved and trained for spectacle led a force that crossed Italy, defeated Roman commanders, threatened the confidence of the Republic, and required one of its richest men to restore order by force. The Appian Way continued after the crosses were gone. Travelers used it. Carts moved over its stones. Tombs stood beside it. Grass grew near its edges, and repairs were made when wear demanded them. Rome's roads were built to outlast moments of crisis, and in one sense they did. But the memory attached to that stretch between Capua and Rome did not vanish as cleanly as the state might have wished. The road had carried the beginning and the punishment, the escape and the warning, the movement outward, and the restoration of power. By the end, the Republic had won in every practical way. Spartacus was dead, his army was broken, survivors were killed, captured, or scattered. Crassus had restored Roman authority. Pompey had claimed his share of final credit, estates returned to production, and the slave system endured. Yet the revolt left behind a disturbance that victory could not fully erase. For a few years, people whom Rome had counted as property moved like an army through Italy, and Rome had to meet them as a force in history. That is why the name would not rest, not because Spartacus overthrew Rome, founded a new state, or left writings that explained his cause. He did none of those things. His revolt failed, and the world that enslaved him survived. But failure did not make the event small. It revealed the pressure inside Roman power, the danger inside its wealth, and the humanity inside those it tried to reduce to labor, spectacle, and silence. Along the road from Capua to Rome, Rome placed crosses to end the story. The story, quietly and stubbornly, continued.